Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Welcome to the broadcast of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. This is the 7th time that Stavanger hosts the strongest edition of a chess tournament here, with Magnus Carlsen being the world #1 and the top-rated player of the field. Judith Polgar and myself will be covering the event. Judith, how are you feeling about the innovative system that we are about to witness?
Well, it's very special. It's my first time in the Altibox tournament. It's a very special atmosphere here. And yesterday we witnessed together the Blitz tournament, which also gave a lot of excitement to the audience and for us also. It was very fast, everything, but I think the players got very tired. And today it will be extremely interesting experiment starts here in Norway Chess, and on the press conference also all the players expressed it, that it's interesting, they are curious, all kind of words were named on this special system. And the special system is that, first of all, in the classical game we are going to have 2 hours for each player,
which is already
whole
new,
game,
without increment until move 41.
and starting from move 41, if the game is still going on, the players are going to get only 10 seconds. So I think all the players are kind of very excited and very curious what will be. I have the feeling that the players will be playing pretty fast in the beginning, because just to make sure that things are under control. But of course, if there is a critical moment arises, then it can be trouble. So it might be that we are ending in time trouble all the time in hour 3 and 4 already, and then we go on for quite some time with that. But it's going to be very interesting, and it is interesting to experience that the top players are ready to do this and to experiment and take part in this.
Indeed, and apart from the time control in the classical game, the other innovation of Altibox Norway Chess is that every matchup will have a winner. If there's no decisive result in the classical game, then the players will need to play an Armageddon game. Armageddon is the sudden death in chess. When the white player, we have 10 minutes, black player 7 minutes, but black has draw odds. So in case of a draw, it will count as a black victory.
In other hand, not completely, not a full victory, because if they win in the classical game, they receive 2 points, while in the Armageddon victory, it's only 1.5, and still the loser gets half a point. So it gives real excitement with calculations and with all these points, I believe.
Already yesterday we were discussing with Judith whether in the Blitz was it better to get more white games or more black games. The winner of the Blitz tournament, Maxim Veselagrov, he chose the number 4, which means that he will end up playing 5 games with the white pieces and 4 with the black. But we had the feeling that if it was Magnus who would have won in Blitz, he probably would have ended up choosing a number that gives him more black games.
Well, the reason is that maybe not everybody knows it, but the player in the Armageddon game will play with the same color as he plays in the classical game. So this is the interesting thing. Yeah, I think Magnus was maybe the only one who preferred the black pieces, and he expressed it.
Oh, he openly preferred it. Maybe the other players had a tendency to choose either white or black, but Maxim Veselagrov and Levon Aronyan were the ones who said, well, of course white. We always want to have more whites. We shall see how it will work out. No one knows. No one knows. Some of the players have never played Armageddon. Others, like Alexander Grishuk, he's got quite a history in Armageddon games.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's, I think in history, this is the first time there is an Armageddon time control of 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for the black side. Before it was usually either 6 and 5 or 5 and 4.
Yes.
These were the kind of classical way of doing the Armageddon.
In the knockout system, such as the FIDE World Championship in the 64-player knockout system.
And also in many of the rapid events, which is not necessarily a FIDE event, but generally where they have 2 games, 2 rapid games, and if it's 1-1, then the Armageddon comes.
Yes. So many new experiments here, innovation in terms of the time control, the scoring system. We are curious to see how it will work out, but it's great that the players are so open to try this new format, and it may end up becoming a new era for chess if this revolution will come through and other tournaments will pick it up as well or have similar ideas.
Yeah, I believe that since the last World Championship title match between Carlsen and Caruana, it was 12 draws. And this was this meant that the whole world is kind of shaken up, and the wake-up call that, hey guys, we have to do something about this. Even though there were quite a few games which could have been decisive, still it was somehow clear to everybody, for the players, for the decision makers, for leaders, everybody, that something has to change in this and in chess, because sometimes the players, they really don't want to lose, and draw is still much better than losing.
That's true.
And somehow it worked out that way. I think it was kind of unfortunate from the fans' point of view that it was all draw. But I think it's good that the organizers are ready to try it out, and I think we have to give all the credit to the players that they're absolutely cooperative, even though I'm not sure everybody would be raising up and cheering for all these changing. But I think it is really cool that they are in it, and they say, okay, let's try it out, even though I don't think it's so comfortable. It's definitely some of the players will get out of the comfort zone.
For sure, but we are happy to see that happening. And as you said, they are collaborating. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, was one of the first players to be asked how he felt about this. And of course, without his confirmation that he would be willing to play under these circumstances, there would be no tournament. So thanks to Magnus and the rest of the field for being so open to changes and a revolutionary system.
Well, of course, we are also fortunate, I think, that Magnus Carlsen, the world champion,
who has just walked in the building,
that he is extremely successful, and he loves all kinds of different time controls. And also, not only that, but he's also open for challenges, and he loves to challenge himself. So I think this is also, he knows it, that it's kind of, we can say it's a lottery also at some point, even the classical game, I think. Yeah. But he's kind of ready to modernize the game itself and give the opportunity that possibly the fans have even more fun than in other classical tournaments what we have. But we'll see. This is only the first day that we see these classical games, which will be turning into full blitz game at the end, very possibly. I, for example, wonder which will be the longest game of the tournament. Do you think it's going to be much shorter than all the...
In general, we'll see shorter or longer games. Good question. I would expect shorter in a sense that if you know that the game is heading toward a draw, you will still need to play an Armageddon game, and you may want to keep some of your energy.
Well, maybe you have energy, but you don't have time. I
Yes,
think this
it
is
will
the
be
issue.
tricky. It will be tricky, and no draw offers can happen before move 31. That means that only a repetition of moves would lead to a draw.
So by move 30, 31, it means that most likely one of the players will have short on time.
Yeah, they even
So-
offer a draw when you have 2 minutes on the clock. Depends on the situation. We are curious to see how it will unfold. You already see this. Most of the players are sitting at the board. Ding Liren is back in Stavanger after his hip injury from last year's accident. Unfortunately, we are happy to see the Chinese being back. And he said that everything that's going to happen this year should be better than last year, and he will not take a bike this time.
Yeah, it's interesting that somehow life gave back some compensation, if we can say. I think that he was really unfortunate last year to had to quit, and also he suffered quite a bit for a long time with his injury. But he's number 3 in the world. I know you can say that it's a compensation. Of course, he did himself that he's such a good player. But it happened with me also, that some things went wrong in my life, and then I got some compensation from this point of view.
I
So
feel
I
like
think
that life is fair in the
yeah,
end, and
yeah, it balanced
he
it out
deserved
a little
his
bit,
success. Magnus Carlsen is going to face none other than Vichy Anand. We are replaying some of their World Championship matches. I wonder if the opening will be from any of the matches that the two played, whether in Chennai or Sochi. Magnus Carlsen taking the crown from Vichy and then defending his title against Vichy the year after.
Well, of course, yeah, it's always interesting to see them playing against each other, but all of the players who are here, they played countless time against each other. And I was also wondering quite a few times in my career that it is always interesting to play again and again and again against the same opponent, but even though you play against the same opponent, they live a different period of their life in their theoretical preparation, in their mindset, in maturity, in different ways. But still, you always look back the history, what you had against each other before a game, and it does influence the game, what kind of score you have against each other. Of course, all these layers is there when they play the games again.
I've been collecting the games between Magnus and Vichy in the database, and only with the white pieces we have 60 games between these two players, where Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces, so roughly over 100 games played in between these two in recent years.
But I think it includes the rapid games as well.
Yes, it includes rapid and blitz.
Yeah, yeah.
In classical, it would be maybe the Karpov-Kasparov matches and how many times they faced each other.
Exactly. But yeah, it's interesting, all these time controls, that there are many rapid and blitz tournaments, and also the World Championship is taking place in these two time controls. So while, like, let's say 15, 20 years ago, it was very clear that everybody took seriously only the classical time control and the classical World Championship. Of course, now also it's, what's going on? Just
good
tested the board with E4?
Every player has their own chairs as well. We were discussing this yesterday because Alexander Grishov decided for the Blitz to pick one of the cafeteria chairs. But now they are back with their office seats, and all the chairs are labeled so that they will keep the same seats for the rest of the event. In terms
Being
of
comfortable,
the opening,
it's important.
we will soon have the moves updated. It takes a bit of time for our live board to show the moves. D4, knight f6, c4.
C4, e6. So let's see if knight f3 will appear in the board. And I think it did. Knight f3, d5, whether it's going to be a Catalan or just knight c3 goes for the main line.
Magnus has
d
chosen
takes
knight
e4.
c3. Yeah.
Probably it's going to be the Vienna variation after e4. I'm expecting, but probably. Well, of course, the players has to be prepared for all kind of different alternatives and opening preparation.
Just
No-
adjusting
no-
the squares.
Yeah, no
There was
move.
something on the e3 square that bothered Magnus.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Well, the main line goes with e4, bishop b4, one of the main line. This is what I was playing also with the black pieces. After bishop g5, c5, breaking the center, and then bishop c4, c takes d4. So this is one of the
E4,
line, and
indeed.
e4 is on the board already.
I see that d takes c4 only appeared once in their previous games, and bishop g5 was played by Magnus in that game, not e4. So this is a new territory, even if they had already played 60 games against each other with these
Bishop
colors.
b4. I remember back something like in Dos Hermanas in Spain, late 90s. It was very fashionable, this line, with Kramnik playing it also. I was playing it with black and many other players. But at that time it was very fashionable.
They may be bringing back fashion today here in terms of chess variations.
Well, opening preparation was always a very tricky thing. How to surprise your opponent and how to make a choice of opening to make your opponent uncomfortable. And I think especially with these time controls, it will be extremely important how much you can make your opponent think in the opening phase of the game. There are very long lines in this system, actually.
Obviously, both players are aware of those theoretical lines, but we shall see who will be smarter in terms of their preparation, who can trick who, and also how this new time control will work out. Because so far, it seems like a normal tournament, of course. In the opening phase, we will see quick moves, but at some point, what you mentioned, that we'll probably see the players speeding up just for the fact that there's no increment.
Exactly. It is going to be very interesting. Like yesterday in the Blitz tournament, it was very clear that Maxim, for example, he was extremely good in time management, while, for example, Magnus lost one of his games because he felt that something is not perfect in the position, it doesn't work what he planned, and then he was spending a minute or something. And of course, in a 3-minute blitz game, you cannot spend a minute because you will pay your price, or there is a good chance that you can get in trouble. And in classical game, it can happen with you the same thing, of course, not in such an extent, but sometimes if you get busy with one position, you try to calculate a lot and so on, and spend, let's say, 25 minutes for a move, it can give you some difficult times after move 40 when you really don't have so much time left. So bishop c4 is on the board, c takes d4 is on the board, as we see through the camera.
I'll bring up
d4,
the rest of the database.
knight takes d4. And now there are different options. I think bishop c3, it will be a long forced line. This, I was also playing it with the black colors. It goes all the way, b takes c3, black will be going queen a5. And these are all forced moves, so actually when we see the players making these moves, it's not even only them. It's their preparation from home. And then we'll be, of course, curious what is the moment when they are on their own already at the board and they have to find the best moves and the best decisions at the board only themselves alone.
Yeah, both players are here with their seconds, and we hope to have them in the studio at some point. Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen, longtime second of Magnus Carlsen, and Grzegorz Gajewski is here to help Vichy Anand. They have been working together also for a couple of years already. Gajewski and Radoslav Wojtaszek were on the team of Vichy for the World Championship matches.
Well, the continuation, bishop f6, did it happen, or bishop what? Bishop b5 check, maybe, or knight b5. Knight b5.
Knight b5.
Yeah. Knight b5, now it's clear that white wants to go knight d6 check. Actually, knight b5 is a pawn sacrifice. But let's see what happens if knight takes e4. Now the bishop is hanging on g5. Let's see, maybe bishop f4, trying immediately to have knight c7. Now it's a very critical situation for black, as black has a pawn up, but he's behind in development. So this is a big question. How White took the initiative, that's very clear. Black king is still in the center. But after knight b5, it seems like castle seems to be kind of a dangerous move. Knight e4, of course, it was taken. It's queen d4, so actually it's going very concrete. So if now black takes knight g5, then queen g7 with the double attack. And black has to go rook f8, but I don't think this is really an option for black. Queen takes g5.
Because white wins back the piece and threatens to win the queen with knight d6 check, and that is way too dangerous. I still see a couple of games for this variation.
Actually,
I'm curious
castle
where
was
they
played.
will deviate.
Yeah, I'm sure there were games on this, and now a6, because the unprotected bishop on g5. And also, if the knight moves, the c3 pawn is also under attack.
The first game I see for this variation with a6 is from 1993 between Anatoly Karpov and Jan Timman. And I'm curious about the most recent one. Li Di, Chinese player with the white pieces against Yevgeny Vorobov. And in terms of the top grandmasters, one of our participants, Yu Yangyi, he played this with the white pieces in 2016, but there are not so many games already for this variation.
Well, of course, it is clear that such a position, you're analyzing it with an engine as well.
Yeah.
And you have different kind of analyzing opportunities. And now at this point, it's also a matter of who has the wiser ideas and the better engines, because it is also very important. So what kind of moves are possible for white? For example, bishop e7 is something I would consider for sure to analyze, because, for example, after a b5, bishop b4 is interesting, so the c3 is defended with a tempo, and if, let's say, black goes away with his queen, then possibly bishop d3. Now there is an attack on h7, while the f8 rook is also hanging, so black must play something like f5. Queen would be going somewhere away, rook goes away out of the attack. So these kind of positions can arise from after a6. Or other alternative for white, white cannot go really knight d4, not only because of queen g5, but also queen c3. And after that, black would be taking the c4 bishop. Of course, after a6, also bishop d3 would be something to consider, but I think black is replying with f5, with the counterattack. So at the same time, both pieces are attacked, e4 queen and the b5.
Castle kingside. This is a really exciting variation where, regardless of the hanging piece on b5, white simply goes castle kingside.
Well, this is, yeah, he decided to give, or in his preparation decided to castle first, because safety is the most important for the king, especially when what the queen side pawns we are seeing, it's clear. So castle is a very sensible move, very continuation. Do we have a takes b5 on the board?
Not yet, but I'm expecting it to be played soon. Otherwise, it's difficult to see what else black can come up with that will be still useful. He has to take back the piece at some point.
Well, in such a situations, of course, you wonder that do I enter in something that I'm going to lose without playing, you know, with some home preparation things.
I think that's the nightmare of most of the top chess players, that you end up in a preparation where you don't face a human anymore. It's also the home preparation and the engine of your opponent. And if you don't remember your analysis, you may have to resign a game without playing a single move.
Yeah, but most of the time people are careful. Even during the game, you can sense it sometimes, and you deviate. But I think it happened with all of us, but from both sides, that we won in opening preparation and also that we lost in some opening preparation of the opponent. But it is happening actually pretty rare. So, but of course the fear is always there. So I wonder. I wonder why actually Vishy is thinking here. That's a good question. If black takes on b5, most likely white will be going bishop d3, attacking with the mate. Is there a problem with the chair, it seems?
I think he just wants to take off his jacket, or yeah, it's simply that the game is heating up and so is the temperature of the players. He decided to take off his jacket in this very moment. Then
And
takes
of
on
course,
b5.
Yeah. So I would be expecting bishop d3 really to force black to play f5. And then it's a question where the white queen would be going, probably to e2, to keep an eye on the b5 pawn. Obviously, white has great compensation.
Castle kingside, according to my database, is a novelty and also the first suggestion of the engine. So it's, as you said, even if there are no recent games or games at all for this variation, they both may have looked at it because of the engine suggestion.
Oh, I'm sure it was on the board at home for both of
Yes.
them, and probably for the next few moves, but maybe not so many moves after that. What do you think to switch to another game?
Yes,
see
let's
the
have a
others.
look at the rest of the games as well. Of course, we have 10 participants. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave won the Blitz very convincingly with 7.5 points, and he got to choose his starting number. He said that he would have a look at the other numbers and see against whom he would have white and black. And if we take a look at his choice, he basically, today he's facing
Vachier plays against Yu Yang.
with the white pieces against Yu Yang, and he did choose white against Magnus as well. I think that was part of his strategy to get the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. He, of course, had to have a look at the rest of the numbers. So the system of the Bliss tournament in the
But
starting
he's a
rank-
mathematician also.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking it's difficult maybe for like an average person like me, but for him it wasn't that much of a task. We are talking about the Bliss tournament, and the winner of the Bliss tournament would get to choose his number, and all the other players received the highest number available. So he could actually make a little bit of a mathematical problem and see which round, what color, who will be his opponent, and he decided that number 4 was the best for him.
Yeah, I don't know how much he planned it and calculated it all, but I'm sure he was thinking about it a little bit. Like after the Blitz tournament victory of last night, he shared with us that he definitely takes the white pieces. So it's going to be from 1 to 5, the number he's going to pick, but only later on we got the information that it was number 4.
Yeah, I managed to bring it up in the meantime. So today he's got white against Yu Yang. Tomorrow he's facing Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. That's what he chose. He's got white against Vishy Anand, black against Levon Aronyan, white against Magnus Carlsen, black against Shakhmamedyarov, then repeating white against Grishuk, ending, and in the last round he's got the black pieces against Wesley So.
Yeah, I understand that. Playing in the last round is always different. This is what I say all the time. I mean, you know already what you're playing for, and it's a lot different. But you know, I'm just noticing it that, for example, between Aronyan and Grishuk, they have played only a few moves. But let's go back. Maybe we go Vachier first, because here we wait until some development happens. So let's see Vachier's game. They are playing the Petrov. Let's go back from the beginning to see.
The Petrov has become really popular in recent years in top events. And this was the knight
Oh,
takes
it's not
c5
only
line.
recent years.
It has been always around, and then I was hoping that for some years it would disappear, or at least be like a
Trust me, I had
plan B.
huge fights against the Petrov when I was still very much in the competition.
Oh, those I count as recent years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
You
but
just
still.
retired, Judith.
Yeah, just
Amazing.
nearly 5 years ago already, even this. But I'm talking about 10
Yeah.
years ago, 15 years ago already, Petrov was somehow very
Definitely.
popular, which was kind of not really expected. But people wanted to play very objectively and wanted to balance. And this is something that White had a lot of problem with,
Yeah.
gaining advantage here.
True. And in recent years, it was Fabiano Caruana who brought it back into trending. And he didn't just apply the Petrov to play for a draw. He actually applied it very successfully, playing for a win with the black pieces.
Oh, not at all. Actually, none of the opening which wants to be equalized by the black side, they never played for a draw. They just want to equalize and
then
then
play.
to take
Yeah.
the advantage. It's only that they feel that why should I start with a disadvantage if I can start with a more roughly equal position? I let to the other side with the white pieces to struggle and get and force matters. So knight c3 was this is something that most of the players play, I think, nowadays. Before it was d4,
the main
d3
line.
or d4, the main line. Actually d3 and then d4.
Yeah, it's an interesting move that you first chase away the knight and then push d4.
Yeah, but actually knight c3 is the main move what everybody is playing. Even though now we have double pawns here, White will be developing his pieces. Oops, we get it
Yes.
very fast.
Usually this ends up being opposite side castling, but I see that in this game black also went for castle queenside a few moves later. We are just replaying the moves until we reach the current position, that is h3 with the white pieces.
Well, in this position, it is very tricky. I always felt I didn't have really this kind of structure, I think, with White. In one hand, White has the bishop pair, and it can be useful, but Black is playing h5. Later on, he might be going g5, and also d5 at some point, but probably he's going to play a6, so the White bishop cannot go to b5. It is a very strange maneuvering kind of position. Also, Black many times goes with the knight on e5 to provoke White, possibly if he's ready to play f4. So it's going to be a long maneuvering game, but we shouldn't underestimate Black's possibilities either. I mean, I always feel in the modern games really that sometimes we may say that White has a slight advantage, or we say possibly it can only White who can be slightly pressing. And actually, if we would paint the pieces and have the same, maybe we would say the same with the other side, you know.
That's true. It's the psychology of having the white pieces that should give a slight advantage.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily the case at all. And but this is a balanced position for now.
Yeah, and in terms of the structure, it is White who has doubled pawns, but the pair of bishops is compensating for the structural weakness, if we can call it a weakness, because doubled pawns always have pros and cons, so the d file has become semi-open for White because of doubling pawns on c3.
Yeah, and okay, White's last move was h3, so he has, after, let's say, Black would be playing g5, I guess White would be going and storing his bishop on h2, keeping on this long diagonal, right? And then it's not clear where the White bishop will be developing, probably only to e2. And then after the rook is also coming into play on e1, then probably the White bishop possibly goes back. But also, for example, it's also sometimes can be that maybe White plays f3 and the bishop will be coming from g1 into the game. But it is a long maneuvering game what we can expect here. And g5 is yet not played because Black does not have to hurry with this move. For example, h4 I think is something to be considered, and only later on g5. So there are different ideas here.
In terms of this variation, as far as I can tell, bishop f4 is the novelty. Other games followed mainly with bishop to e3, such as the game between Wang Yue and Ni Hua, two Chinese grandmasters from the Olympic team. So bishop f4 is the new move.
Yeah, on the other hand, of course, bishop e3, in principle, if we discuss it, it's a much more logical way of putting the bishop on e3, because it's anyway, most likely black will be castle long, so on e3 it gives a little attack on the a7 pawn. Also white would be going with f3 and bishop to f2. But it's an interesting choice, and I'm pretty sure that this idea was worked out at least a little bit by Maxim, because these ideas has to be worked out and thought out carefully, because you just cannot make a move randomly in such a situations, even if it's not very much concrete lines. But on the other hand, in such a positions, you might think that it's not. So the game was b3 and h5. This is the position we have after h3 at the board. But these positions, it seems like it's not a concrete line for the moment, and it's a maneuvering situation. But later on, it can be a question that who can control the e file later on, and it can be also, it can go, for example, let's say black goes g5, bishop h2. Actually, maybe even not bishop h2 is the move what he's thinking. Maybe he just wants to provoke the h5. And then he wants to go to e3. And then later on, breaking it up with f4.
So you think that the idea behind bishop f4 and trying to provoke your opponent push g5 is that this f4 push?
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering, if really what can be behind the idea of playing bishop f4 first. But we cannot say that white has a huge advantage. It's something, it's a very balanced game, and the person who knows the structure better and feels the very detailed ideas here, that's the person who can win this game.
And on such high level, usually this is what we see, that there's a tiny change, the bishop is not on e3 but on f4. That will make the opponent think, because it's not the exact same position. What are the differences? So psychologically, Maxim should have the upper hand because of this, unless Yu Yangyi also decided to analyze these kind of positions too, if he's comfortable with this position.
Well, of course, if you play this system, you always have to revise it and think about it and see the details, how the outcome can be in an endgame, for example, or what happens, which pieces favors you or the opponent if you exchange it, or a little different structure. We have a move, and black played, Yu Yangyi played rook e8, which is a very logical move. Of course, the rook stands best on e8, so this was kind of expected. But he had, as we talked about it, he had h4 or g5 also previously as an option.
How do you see the inclusion of h5, h3, especially after the rook moves to e8, and now the question is this h5 pawn?
Well, bishop e2 was just played, and now black has to decide whether is he going to be pushing his pawn to h4. g6 is also possible, but I don't know. I wouldn't be a big fan of that, I think.
Yes,
bishop f7 is possible to defend it and keep the opportunity to play g5 with the tempo and open up the e5 for the rook. So bishop f7 seems to be a logical reply to me.
Yeah. In the case of the pawn push to g6, why Judith was saying that she wouldn't be a fan is that it weakens the pawn itself on g6, and also the f pawn becomes unprotected. So that feels a little loose on the king side with the pawn structure.
Yeah, it's just a feeling. It's nothing concrete,
but it feels loose, and the pawns cannot go backwards. As simple as it sounds, it's important.
Yeah. Of course, you have to feel it where the bishop stands better on e6 or on f7, because if it goes to f7, then, for example, g4 is something possible to play. For example, it's a straightforward challenge for black. So there are different ideas, of course, pluses and minuses, but bishop e2 is obviously the most natural move, first of all, because white wants to develop and bring his rook also to e1. Usually there are many draws in these structures, because it happens that white comes to e1, later on the bishops move away from the e file, then 1 or 2 or all 4 rooks get off from the board, and it is very hard to break up the position. because it is like it is very healthy pawn structure for black side as well.
Let's have a look at the other openings as well on the other boards. I think the Aronian-Grishuk game will also be an exciting one to follow later on. They are only on move 10 at the moment. And Alexander Grishuk has used over 20 minutes for the first 10 moves when there's no increment. Will we see Grishuk being the first player to enter time trouble? Of course, this is nowhere near time trouble, but he has been in time trouble situations very often during his career.
Yes, but it's I'm sure he knows it, and he's very much being careful getting in real time trouble here, because usually when he got in time trouble, first of all you have move 40, 60, so the time
Additional
control.
time.
That it stops and you get additional 15 minutes or half an hour or a certain amount of time. Plus, if you get 30 seconds after a move, it is quite a lot, and you can actually collect quite some time if you play fast few moves. But with 10 seconds, it is not at all the same. Not at all.
No.
It is very different, and he knows it that 10 second he's not going to make a game of his life probably to get when he's already at 10 seconds mode at that stage. It's an English opening actually. What we see, it's a symmetrical system. I was playing it also quite a lot with black pieces.
I was
not
going
with
to
the white
say,
places.
I think with the black pieces you are
Yes.
referring to.
Exactly.
Have you ever played c4 with the white pieces, in a few games at least?
No, I played I think in a classical game once.
Once.
And yeah.
In
And
d4 openings, just as a surprise?
so,
Or
yeah, I just wanted to surprise my opponent. I played d4, and after knight f6, I chickened out. I played bishop g5. So nothing, so nothing serious. It's just pretending that I do something surprise. But actually, I had the feeling that I surprised myself more than my opponent.
e4. Best by test.
Yeah. So this is very symmetrical, and interesting that after d6, white played, Levon played queen d2, which was interesting. I'm not aware of too much of this move, but I also saw that Grishuk was thinking quite some time on this, and I think this is why he was spending this time at this point already at move 6. So
Queen
clearly,
d2, let me just have a quick look. Who were the strongest players? It happened a couple of times, but not on the very top level. Not in super tournaments. Christian Bauer, the French grandmaster, is the highest rated player I see, going for queen d2, and Alexander Rachmanov. So this is something that definitely didn't happen in super tournaments.
but maybe after this game it will. We never
A
know.
new trend.
Yes, it is a very simple idea from point of view that you go b3 and then bishop b2. So black actually continued the symmetric play with queen d7, b3, b6, developing both. So now actually all four bishops are developed on fianchetto on the wings. And now, of course, as white has the move, he played knight d5. This is where things starts to get interested, because things are getting forced here. It is kind of understandable that black did not want to take, because if black would take on b2, queen b2, then black now has to go either f6, which is not something that we would definitely don't want to play. Even I think bishop h3 is very strong on this move. So f6 is not an option. e5 would be the move, and then d5 square is very strong. Black cannot develop with his knight yet because of knight f6. So this would definitely lead to a clear advantage for white, I believe. This is why after knight d5, Grishuk played e5. Actually, he did not have really too much of an option. He couldn't repeat and continue being symmetrical, because after that I think e3 would be the move, and it would not lead to too much good for black.
Yes, black would have to play knight to e6.
Yeah,
and
you
knight
have to
f5.
go knight e6, but maybe already bishop h3, or even just to take on g7 and then play queen to the diagonal on c3 or b2. So it would definitely, it was not tempting at all to play something like this. So black played e5. When I was playing this kind of system myself, I was not afraid of this structure to give the square on d5 because I had the idea that I will be able to get rid of this d5 knight, and I was not afraid so much. But Aronian is playing very energetically. He plays f4. And this is very, very straightforward. He wants to really to take advantage already at the very early stage of the game.
As far as I can tell, f4 is already a new territory. I have seen a few games with e3, knight e2. That's a more solid setup to bring the g1 knight. Instead, Levon went for f4 and e4.
But I think actually it is very typical of Levon because he has great preparation. He's famous for that he's working very hard. And I think he likes these kind of concrete ideas, even though not necessarily it gives too much. But it's a very straightforward. He wants to take the lead and he wants to steer the game whatever direction he's aiming for.
I just noticed that Alexander Grischuk didn't only choose the cafeteria chair for the Blitz tournament, he is also applying it for the rest of the games, so the classical. Is it already a preparation for the Armageddon, or simply he's more comfortable on that tiny orange chair?
I think he simply feels more comfortable, more stable in that chair. I mean, these chairs
Doesn't have wheels.
we are sitting.
Yeah, I'm rolling all the time. I don't do it on purpose. It's just very comfortable.
Yeah, but maybe on purpose. He's when it gets to time trouble, it is probably not comfortable because it's not funny when it's rolling.
Imagine you are reaching for a piece, but then you slip and you touch another one. Or as he mentioned in his Armageddon games, with the pieces spinning and rolling all over the board. He has had some bad experience with that time control.
Exactly, but actually I heard that it's not the first occasion. He's usually likes to have these very simple chairs and being comfortable there. But
well, I like our chairs. I wouldn't switch, but of course it's up to the players how they are more comfortable. And he's a very tall player. He's the tallest participant.
Yeah, definitely. So after knight e7, e4, very interesting opening is played between Aronian and Grischuk right now. So what are the alternatives for black here? The big question is, for example, if black wants to castle short or long. I'm not sure I should say something like this because long castle is kind of a strange decision. So of course short castle would be a logical way of development. But I wouldn't be surprised even if white would be going h4 and h5, you know. But maybe it is really exaggerating things. But it is a very dynamic game.
And Levon likes that kind of style. Do you think that in case of castle kingside, he may consider h4, h5, or he will go for something more stable?
I don't know. Actually, after short castle, maybe even long castle is possible, or only simply developing with his knight. But I would also consider with black to play after f4, for example, taking on d5. This is always something white has to take into account, and black should be considering. And then if white is taking with either of the pawn, then to play knight d4. But of course, knight d4 is also possible without taking on d5. So actually, for example, playing knight d4 immediately. So there are really the position is very rich. There are always many different options to do. And it is not a very usual position, I must say, because usually the g1 knight is developing in the early phase of the game. This is holding back the g1 knight. It gives extra ideas for white. Well, one thing is that bishop h3 is always something that you have to be careful that it's there. And yeah, it's a serious decision to be made by Grischuk. Knight d4 is also actually I'm quite okay with this move.
It's only move 11, and Alexander Grischuk has used almost half an hour already. But in the time control, we will keep emphasizing this, but it's an innovation that the classical games do are 2 hours for each player, and there's no increment until move 41, which means that if Grischuk uses all those 2 hours before reaching move 41, he's going to lose the game on time.
Well, I would say like in the first 2 hours you have time, but you have no increment. In the second half of the game you have increment, but you
no
never
time.
time.
Because there's no extra time from move 41. Normally there would be an additional half an hour, for instance.
Yeah, 15 minutes, yeah.
But here, as Judith said, it's only the increment, and the increment itself is not much either. Normally, classical games have a 30-second increment, and here it's a 10-second increment after the first 40 moves have
Actually,
been played.
I think this is going to be very disturbing for the players, you know,
It's only
because
10 seconds.
because mentally, when you have bonus time, it's either the blitz mode that you have 2 seconds or 10 seconds, but when in a classical game, they always get 30 seconds, and they get 30 seconds here too, but for 3 moves, and that's not fun.
Yes, I'm expecting time trouble in this game for sure. Alexander Grishuk is definitely heading toward one if he doesn't speed up. The position is not easy. And
No, it's very interesting.
he's also often in time trouble at classical tournaments, so Grishuk may be one of the first victims to fall into a serious time pressure.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how the players will be handling it in day one and how it will be unfolded after a few rounds as well. So maybe we go to check. We haven't seen Dingley and Wesley.
Definitely.
Actually, they are proceeding very quickly into endgame here. So they are already at move 21. And let's see what they are up to. They are playing the Catalan variation. And well, let's see.
It's interesting how different openings can be very lengthy variations in one variation. I think we are just replaying the moves until we reach the current position, unless
Okay, so let's go for it.
we are just going to show you the current position that is after the trade on d8, rook coming to c1, bishop c6, and c5. This is all theory. What I was trying to describe earlier is that there are openings that can be very lengthy variations. This is already move 23 and it's not a new position, while in Levon Aronya's game we see that on move 10 we are in a new territory. Depending on the opening and how complex those variations are, this is a very well-known theoretical position, while Levon and also in Magnus's game we see a relatively new field.
Yeah, this is how opening choices are made also, that you know that it's going to be a long line, and this you can say that it's very strange that actually within half an hour practically, a little bit more than half an hour, we are deeply into the end game. But just because we are in the end game, it doesn't mean at all that it's going to be a draw. White is progressing with his king towards the center, so we can say that the white king is more active than the black one. Black king should also be fast or looking forward to bring the king to the center. But for now, king f8 maybe would not be the best because of bishop a3 check, king e8, and then white would be bringing his king, I think, to e3 or e4.
An interesting detail here is that king f3 is the first new move, but of course it may transpose to the other games because it's normal to activate your king. So I see a game that's between Fedoseev and Inar Kiev where knight d4 was played first and then king f3, king e4. So it's still theory in a sense, but it's an end game where both players will be just making the most natural moves, which is bringing the king, activating the pieces.
Well, I remember a chess player, Russian player, who was analyzing a lot of things, and then he was analyzing one line and he played the game, and after that it was a draw, I think. And he came to me and said, well, this is awful. I was only analyzing the game until move 36, but I should have analyzed it longer. And
Maybe
this was
move
back
37.
This was back sometime 93, so like 25 years ago, without the computer time, and it was like an end game similar to this or something. So, but those things are simply exaggeration to me. I mean, I was never a big fan of having analyzing it so long. Even though I was also playing some lines like the Grunfeld, there are some long lines where you automatically go into rook endgame with the pawn down, 3 pawns again, 3 on one side and 1 on the other side. So it's sometimes it's difficult, or it was very difficult for me to enter by forcing and within few minutes to have on the board these kind of positions that is the endgame. So I was not really playing such a lines where I was ending up having these things with either color.
That's not so much your style.
No, I was looking forward some middle game.
Keeping the pieces on the board.
Yeah, keeping the option of different ideas, complications, going back and forth with changing the position, the structure. And here it's very clear that you have to be very smart and very clever, don't lose time. But it can be also very unpleasant for black. Let's see, Wesley played knight c6. To activate the knight, of course, it is important. It's always a question whether should you activate your knights first and the pieces, or when is the best moment to come with your king. For example, playing f6, and then king f7, possibly playing e5 and go with the king up to e6. That would be a good square for his king. But now I think black might be having the idea of playing knight b4, for example, to attack, put pressure over the a2 pawn.
Yes, several options for black as you described. He will have to activate the king at some point, but also this he has to decide whether knight b4, provoking the push of the a pawn, is something that he should include now or later.
Well, it's also a question whether is it so good for black to provoke that white will have the a4, the pawn on a4, because in the long run I think if the king is near enough, then pawn on a4 actually stands better. But of course white has to be careful, I think, not to lose that pawn for sure. King e3, so it's clear that white's aim is to go to d3. He would be reaching the b5 square. That would be a huge progress for white.
What is a way for black to prevent that? Because it looks very clear-cut how white should play, and black is not in time to bring his king onto the queen side.
I think knight e5, for example, can be an option. So possibly, well, first of all, king d3 is stopped. Though, yeah. And
in case of
knight
f4, checks on g4 are possible.
Well, I'm afraid that maybe knight g4 would be too much provocation. I don't know if king d3 is possible, because now not only the h2 is hanging, but maybe knight b4. But I would think that if black is grabbing this, then maybe the a2 knight can be in trouble.
Yes, there's no way out for the knight, and you
white
cannot
will
help it.
Move the knight and go back king b3 and grabbing the knight. So let's say after king d3, if black does not take with knight b4 a2, but he takes this, then king c4, and white wants to go to b5, grab the b6 pawn.
And it becomes a race. If knight f1, g4, can black start with h5 and then play knight f1 to try to create an h-passed pawn? Or it's still slow because king b5 attacks the knight, so that's a tempo?
No, king h5, king b5, black goes somewhere, right? e7, let's say, takes knight f1. I don't know, somehow the white pawn seems to be faster.
Yes, and it's supported by the king. The question will be, of course, how white stops the h-pawn. So he will have to spend some time on bringing, for instance, the bishop to g1 or the knight.
Well, unfortunately for white, knight d5 check.
Yeah, it does not work. So he would have to use one tempo to move the king away, or bring the knight d4, knight f3.
Yeah, I mean the pawn on a5, of course,
it looks scary.
It looks a little bit somehow more advanced than black because of the king on g8, so it can give a check at that. But I think we went a little bit too far here.
Yes,
because for the moment, on the position on the board, I think it's king e3 for the moment. But of course, it's not easy to make a decision with the black pieces, whether it is a decision, serious decision, whether is he ready to play knight e5 and go for the h2 pawn, because black can also do, for example, playing f5. It's also something to consider, I think, and after king d3, to play knight e5 check, white goes king c3, but now all these squares are stopped by the two knights.
Even though white is threatening
No.
f4, so you would go knight g4 first.
I don't know, but there are a lot of concrete calculations has to be made by both colors actually, because white will be sacrificing some material, and I think white has no other choice than be very quick and giving up some pawns. So this is seems to be an innocent position, but actually it can get very, very, very concrete. And of course it is a very difficult psychological situation for black, or for both colors, but of course who might have dangers, because white was not spending too much time on this game so far. He just spent less than 12 minutes, and while Wesley was spending more than half an hour until this point. So, of course, he doesn't. I think he would want to bring his king as fast as possible, because if, let's say, black can bring his king to d5, then black would be better. And this is what the endgame is so different from any other part of the game, because in the endgame, king can be one of the most powerful piece, while in middle game and opening, you just have to hide it as well as possible, right?
That's true. Now we shall see what Wesley comes up with. There's certainly pressure on the American. And the last game we haven't discussed yet, we'll briefly look at this opening position between Mamedov and Caruana before we're going to have our first guest of the day. So if we just briefly have a look at this opening between Shahriar Mamedov and Fabiano Caruana.
It seems to me that it's also going to be a very energetic and interesting game, I must say. White has in this position the only real problem, his bishop on c1. I think this is what the question is, whether he's going to be able to play c4 and later on to develop it. From black side, of course, black is very energetic playing f5. He sometimes possibly wants to go even c5, to give a lot of tension into the center of the game. But the d6 bishop can be dangerous looking on the direction of the king. So I'm very much looking forward how Mamedjarov will reply on this and how he will be handling, because usually he's the one who also likes to do something like this, what Fabiano is doing to him.
We'll definitely discuss the complexity of this middle game after a quick technical break, and we will be joined by our first guest of the day, Julie Egeland from Morgan Bladet.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
We are being joined by Julie Egeland, a journalist from the Morgenbladet who has recently written an interesting piece on chess and her experience in the chess world. Julie, tell us more about the article for those who may not have read it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, Anna and Judith. It's such a pleasure to be here. So I have to begin with this by saying that I'm really horrible at playing chess. I'm not an expert on chess, but I've always thought chess to be really like fun because I love to compete, and I also love to beat my boyfriend in things. Yeah,
you both play chess.
we both do at a really low level. But in January, I signed up for chess.com, the online play, and played against random people there. And I had like an avatar of my face, just with some sunglasses on, and I hadn't been playing for more than, a week before like a lot of messages started ticking in from the competitors.
You mean your opponents?
Yeah, your opponents. Yeah, my opponents. Sorry. And they were extremely abusive. A big amount.
In what sense were they abusive?
They were sexual harassing me, in a big sense. To give an example, one opponent wrote that, or asked me, do you get wet when I take your queen? And they wrote, show your pussy, and all those kinds of things. And I have to admit, when I received those messages, I didn't really feel like crying, or I wasn't like sad, but I first of all found it immensely like comic. But as I started to like get more and more, it definitely like disturbed my game. It really was, disturbing. And I also thought of, one thing is me, I'm a 28-year-old woman, but what about, 12-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls playing online and receive those kind of messages? That's really, disturbing to me, yeah.
And that's why you decided to write an article about your experience in online chess.
Yeah, because after I received those messages, I started doing some research, and I went online on the chess.com forums, and then I read about all kinds of girls who experienced the same kind of comments and messages as I received. And what was really disturbing to me was how those comments were met by other male users. Because there were a lot of male users who suggested that the problem should be solved by just changing your avatar. Just don't show you're a woman online.
That's an interesting suggestion. Solution.
Yeah. So the fault was ours, and our fault was were to be a woman online. So, yeah.
I'm really sad that you had this experience, because this is certainly not welcoming. And we obviously know that there are more male players in chess than female. We would love to have more girls and women taking up the game, but it's difficult if you are not receiving the welcome that you would wish for, that they treat you equal and they treat you in a friendly way and not sending you sexual messages. But I'm afraid that there's a problem in general with the internet world, where everybody can be very brave behind a fake username or no identity avatars. I do receive comments myself, but I wouldn't say it's when I play online. I play on chess.com, I play on chess24. Unfortunately, YouTube, I find the YouTube comments one of the worst places on the internet. On some of my chess videos, I would receive comments that I don't even know how can people come up with those comments. And I feel like it's sometimes, yes, it's like me being a woman, but other times it's just that there are these hateful people that just keep trolling whoever they want because of religion, race, and they always find a way to hurt people over the internet. So they are very brave on the internet, but I don't think these people would come up to you and say it in person, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I agree to a certain extent, I think, because after I wrote this comment, the CEO of chess.com actually called me, and he wrote a Facebook post where he apologized on behalf of the community, which I think was really great. But you know, the post itself from chess.com also got a lot of attention and comments. And for me, first of all, it was surprising to see how the vast majority of the comments were from men. Like there were almost no women engaging in the discussion. And a lot of the male users were you know, calling me like a spoiled princess, that I didn't understand the reality of chess, and explain how, you know, you must be tough to play chess, and clearly you aren't, so you shouldn't play. And for me, this is a really speaking example of how I think the discussion of chess and the chess discourse is really like dominated by men, like the play itself, I think.
I think the part where you say that the Facebook message, the post itself, mainly had male users commenting is also hugely, because I believe chess.com and chess24, the other platforms, are mainly followed by male users. So I wish there was more participation from female, more female engagement. But if they don't follow the Facebook group because they are not so much into chess, and I don't think they actually got to read the post. I didn't see the post myself, and I'm following all those social media.
No, I agree, but that's a shame, I think, because I think that online chess could be a great opening to the chess world for a lot of girls and women, and there should be like girls and women engaging on that site, I think. Or
Judith, what's your experience with online chess, and being the strongest female player ever?
I think internet already, when I started to play back decades ago, there was a period when I started to play still ICC and those times, which is definitely more than 15 years ago, or maybe 20 already. And I found it already then, and that was only the very beginning for the chess being on the internet, that people are very brave saying comments, insulting people. So the internet, unfortunately, what I experience in different phases, also lately I end up being in a platforms where unfortunately the chat box is there. And
don't tell me about that, Judith.
And it is a horror thing to be out there as a person, not only a woman. Because I think, generally speaking, 90% of the people, at least, who are giving comments are just happy there, spending the time, throwing mud at you, and you can't imagine, you can, but maybe some people who are not there commentating or doing their things which they want to promote the game, and they just want to enjoy the game, to play, to commentate, to watch or whatever. And I absolutely agree with you that what happens with the kids when they look something when there is a chat box. So I think there are very huge issues and questions to every platform on internet, whether it's chess, it's e-sport, it's gaming, it's whatever. Whether how can you moderate a chat box? Should you just delete it as it is because you get much more trash there than good? So that's also an option, that you can just connect people if they want to be connected, and you're not out there. And I personally feel very bad that I have to hide myself if I don't want to get insulted messages. But I think this is one of the biggest issues on the internet, on the chat box. That generally speaking, I believe that it's like 90% garbage, trash talk, and below and below and below and below. And sexual harassment, it can be just the bonus of all this. So that's why I'm just avoiding every kind of platform. And I think no matter how much the companies at this point are doing, even that they are trying, some of them more, some of them less, they want to moderate the chat box. For the moment, I see that there is simply no chance
Yeah.
for being fair, and probably you have to have a lot of programs and bots and everything to be able to eliminate all those garbage. So my question is really, how can you inspire people, the good people, the positive people, to write messages, positive messages,
Supportive
And-
messages and
yeah,
make
and-
friends instead of
Yeah.
meeting trolls.
and being open about it, who you are, right? And think before you type, because I feel that the hands are much faster nowadays than the brain.
Unfortunately, it does feel like.
And people don't really feel the responsibility what damage they can cause for the other person, like you or many other person. And yeah, I also experienced it, and at first I was like really shocked because I think as a human being they just throw mud at you in many occasions, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So.
It does feel like, are we losing faith in humanity when we see these kind of comments? Like, how can a human being be this mean to another human being? But I also think that behind the keyboard, everyone is very brave in terms of these internet trolls. And I always, whenever I get to see these comments in the chat or YouTube comments online, I always try to, it feels bad, but I always try to think that, would this person come to me and say it in my face? Then I listen to it. If he wouldn't or she wouldn't, then I just say, okay, it's not my thing. Something is wrong with the person, not me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And but what I also found kind of interesting was that not all the messages that I received were, directly abusive, but some were also kind of, really flirtatious and really played on the fact that I am a woman, And I wanted to ask you too about that. Have you, in the real world of chess, have you experienced that kind of behavior or comments?
Yes, but I think there too the percentage is, unfortunately, it's a largely male-dominated community, and some of those players, I think it's a minority, but that minority is very loud, that thinks that chess can be a dating site, so they use chess.com, chess24, Lichess for meeting their potential wife, perhaps, because if they are into chess and they find a girl who also likes chess, they think this is a perfect match.
Yeah, but you have not experienced to be treated a different way just because you are a woman in chess when playing?
Yes and no. I think there are examples for both. But I'm afraid that on the internet it's magnified because of the fact that
You can't even compare it.
Those are anonymous people usually. In person, I barely ever had a bad experience as a competitor, female competitor, and we do play, when we used to compete, both of us, we would mainly play tournaments where the majority of the participants are male, and I never had a bad experience in person. It's more about the online community.
Well, probably you had when you made this fantastic result.
The cheating scandal.
Yeah, but that was about you being a blondie, right?
Yeah, and then
Because
also not
if
very
you-
young. They thought that I was already 20 and I was a girl. So the combination that I'm not a 12-year-old boy who's a prodigy, but I'm a 20-year-old woman. In that case, yes, it was a combination, and the gender was included. That's true.
the attack.
But it was not something that would happen to me often, luckily.
Yeah.
More often that it happens on the internet, which is what Judith said, that it feels like the internet can be a really mean place.
To go on the internet, actually, it seems like you have to be brave.
Oh,
And definitely don't pay attention on the chats. I think you just cannot chat with people there.
Yeah.
I mean, of course you can, and I know many people who are playing online, but actually I speak with very few people of my friends who are going there and they chat. Somehow they are not chatting, you know? It's just they go there, they play, they have fun, they even switch it off, I think, or an iPad, or you cannot see the chat. So I think for the moment for chess, internet is fantastic. I mean that now also that we have this broadcast, but there are so many other broadcasts at the same time from great people, great chess players, and this we never had before. Like 10 years ago, you couldn't imagine that such an event is organized at this level, and there are so much stream, and the Norwegian TV is making live coverage on this. But of course, with the pluses, with the huge potential opportunities what chess is given by the internet, unfortunately, you have this awful thing of a chat box, which is probably has to be considered for the moment that simply you delete it. I mean, the chat box itself, you know.
Yeah, or the messaging option.
Yeah,
comments.
the messaging.
Yes.
Yeah, that from person to person you may text, let's say, if you allow. But why do? It's not enough that they throw you trash, even other people are seeing it as well. So it's like the double or triple damage for your soul, right? So it's, I'm not a person who wants to get involved in any of these things, seeing a chat box when they play against me or see me.
I think this is a discussion that we could go on for a very long time, but I would like to throw the topic to our audience, and please get in touch with us using the hashtag NorwayChess and let us know, how do you see the chess community, especially online? If you play online, what are your experiences, and what could we do in order to make it a more friendly and welcoming atmosphere for girls, for women, but also in general for people from any different countries, religions, languages, so that it's an equal place for everybody and nobody has to face what you had to face, Julie. But thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
And hope you didn't get discouraged, so maybe you just don't pay attention, but continue your chess. Online chess on chess.com or any other platform, I'm sure.
Yeah.
With time, it's, well, you have to take the challenges of the unfortunate things on internet, but the game of chess, I hope it gives you
I will, and
happiness.
I believe in chat and good people, so I will continue to use the chat and hopefully get some
better luck.
Good games messages in the future.
We wish you the very best. We will go for a short break before we continue with round 1 of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to our broadcast. This is round one of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament with a very exciting new format. We can't wait to see how many Armageddon games will be played on this starting day. Judith and myself will go through the current situation in the middle games. Magnus Carlsen facing Vishy Anand was one of the first games we discussed earlier.
Yeah, it's interesting development happened because Vishy could develop with his pieces very well. You can see his rooks are in the e file and f file supporting both of his pawns. The bishop pair is not really giving too much headache for black for the moment. Maybe bishop a3 and then later on bishop d6 might be a case. But I think for the moment black is somehow looking for opportunities, maybe to push the pawn e4, even sacrificing it and in some way or another to have the square of e5 for his knight. This is what I would be looking for, I think. So the game is very balanced. I'm very much looking forward how it will be developed. For the moment, Anand has 10 minutes behind on the clock.
Yes, at the same time, this is move 22, so still some time until the players will start getting an extra 10-second increment. That's from move 41. As a reminder to all our viewers, this is a format that has never been used, and we shall see how it will work out with the players too. They also have not had experience in this.
Not yet. But let's go to the next game, which is between Mamedyarov and Caruana. The time is exactly the same, but they reached only move 17 so far. There was little exchange of pieces compared to the moment when we were discussing it. Now, again, here White has the bishop pair, but also the position is quite close, so White cannot be too happy so far to have the bishop pair. Of course, Black's idea could be somehow in one way or another if he could be bringing his knight to c4. That would be something good. But for the moment, still the c1 bishop is giving hard time for White. So I think it is also pretty much balanced. I think I wouldn't mind to play it with the black pieces, to be honest. Of course, White's plan should be somehow playing bishop b2 and then open with c4. So somehow, some way or another, to have the bishop on the diagonal.
And here too, White has some time advantage, but it doesn't seem to be that decisive at the moment. 2 hours at the starting time, and now Fabiano's down to 1 hour and 14 minutes, while Mamedyarov has 1 hour and 25.
So let's see the game, what's going on between Ding Liren and Wesley So in this knight and bishop endgame. We have different pawn structure. It just developed in the last few moves, as Black has his pawn on b5 and f5, controlling these two squares, not to be able for White to go to centralize or go to the king, to the queen side with the king. So for the moment, it's not so easy for White to progress. And but the black king is still kind of passive. So obviously, we would be, if we play with black, we would be rather see it on d5, the king. But for the moment, it's back on the 8th rank, and White is not so easy to move on and somehow target the b5.
Yes, it's a very nice barrier that you were drawing with the e4 and c4 squares controlled by the pawns, and the knight is controlling d4 and b4. That is, all the 4th rank is cut by the black pieces. And that's what the black had to do. We were discussing earlier that if the white king gets to approach the b pawn, it's basically game over with the a pass pawn.
Yeah, that's why black is keeping his knights on d7 and c6 to be ready for action if it's needed. But of course, black is, of course, always keeping in mind, I believe, knight f6 and possibly to e4 or to g4 and attack this pawn. But black has to be careful very much to really control the 4th rank here for white not to be able to move forward. It's pretty much still balanced. So it's interesting that after more than an hour, we have pretty balanced game. Then we have the game of Aronyan Grishchuk, where we don't have knights left on the board. So all 4 knights was exchanged. And it is a very interesting pawn structure here, I believe. White just played h4. And there is a big time advantage on the clock, as Aronyan has 1:35, while Grishchuk has only an hour left and 2 minutes. It is a very dynamic position. We were discussing about this. I'm even very curious where this king of white will be going, and probably both kings are waiting the other one to decide first. So it's an interesting game of patience, I think. White wants to go h5, I believe. And so now black is thinking about whether should he play h5 or not. So this is a decisive, it's a typical situation when you can spend a lot of time making a decision to play h5 or not.
This is bad news for Grishuk because he has already used an hour.
And the problem is of moves like h5 that you don't know it whether it's good or not. You have to have a feeling that in 20 moves later, when I'm going to get only 10 seconds on the clock. And what will be the 20, 30 moves later, whether it's going to be a weakness or actually it will be really good that white is stopped. So this is one of the most difficult things in such a case is to decide whether is it good or I should keep it on h7, how it will be the best. And the last game of the round, which we didn't cover now, it's between
Maxim Vestergaard and Yu Yang Yi. They also traded both the H and G pawns. Earlier we saw at the moment of h5, h3, those pawn pushes.
And we also see that there is one pair of rooks disappeared from the board. So now it's clear that white has more lines. I mean, there are more open lines and diagonal for white also to possibly go with bishop g2 and put on the long diagonal. But I would prefer to play it with white, I think, here.
Yeah, still with a pair of bishops. And actually we have a confession from the Frenchman that we are going to listen to. He visited the confessional booth about 20 minutes ago, so it's not from the actual moment that we are looking at, but we are going to see that video. It's about a 2-minute long confession from the winner of the Blitz tournament.
Yeah, so far I got the feeling that we are all playing was a first, so like almost all of us playing really faster than usual. Okay, so it could be the positions, but I also have a feeling that some players just want to play faster to anticipate the time control and maybe keep some time for the end game, some spare time, maybe to be able to go to the bathroom after move 40, I don't know. As for my game, well, I mean, not that much to mention. I mean, of course, this line where I get the pair of bishops is also very solid for him. So, of course, it could be a draw, but I feel like I've achieved something. So I got this g4. Normally you don't get g4, because black plays h5 after I go h4, and then the king side is locked. And now with this g5, I think it could get really unpleasant if he's not too careful. I mean, I also got my rook still on the h5, because normally it gets to e1 in most cases, in which case they get exchanged. But now with the rook on h1, I mean, whenever I take, I get some rook h6. If it goes rook e8, I want probably, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I probably want bishop f1 with extra ideas of bishop h3. So yeah, I feel like I did achieve something. I'm not sure if it's enough, but I'm gonna play it out.
So he is somewhat happy with what he achieved, even with a tiny advantage, and he will try to play for a win. It was interesting to hear his thoughts in general about the system and how the players will try to play the first stage of the game maybe faster than usual, anticipating that there's no increment. And even if the increment will come, that's only 10 seconds. Plus, as he mentioned, you may want to have time to go to the bathroom. It's important. I know how important that is. I keep drinking water all the time.
Well, it was interesting how he was hesitating that, well, he thinks that he got something out of the opening. It's not much, and maybe it's not going to be enough for a victory, but still he achieved something. And this really reflects how we feel in this position, in this system, that you're not really want to get, you don't even dream anymore to get a real advantage. You're just really looking forward to have something that you believe in, that you got something, and you can give a little unpleasant feeling to the opponent. And but after that, of course, your opponent has to make mistakes, many small mistakes, or even one big mistake for you to be able to win. But as far as I understood, it seemed like he was still dreaming with his rook to have on h6 and
Yeah.
being on the open file.
Couple of moves have passed since the confession, so
And the rook disappeared from h1.
indeed. Maxime is not at the board. Let's hope that he went for another confession or simply he went out for some snacks. Of course, the players are allowed to walk. They don't have to be sitting at the board if it's not their time. Bishop f5 now played by the Chinese grandmaster.
Well, Black improved his bishop's activity, and of course the h7 queen supports very well the f5 bishop, so there is a serious thought to attack the c2 pawn.
Yeah, that ties down the queen, the d2 queen, to the defense of the c2 pawn.
But for the moment, there is nothing really dangerous for white in this move of bishop f5. For example, king b2 is possible, just to go out and place the queen maybe to c3, bishop on g2. But I think it's not even really the importance of bishop f5 in giving pressure over the file. But it's more that after bishop g2, probably Black wants to block it with bishop e4, because Black would really have a big relief if the bishop would be exchanged in this position.
Indeed, Black is aiming to trade so that white has no longer the pair of bishops. And also this g2 bishop is very annoying on the long diagonal in general. So bishop e4 is the idea. What shall white do? What do you think is the way to continue? King b2 is one way, as you mentioned.
Well, king b2 is one thing, yeah, that just in case to go out of all these pins. At some point, maybe I would be trying c5, but I think for the moment it's not an option, because Black would just simply take on c5 and Black can go simply rook d8. And actually white would be in trouble for, I just see that some tactical problems. So all this,
And then rook takes d1.
eventually, yes, something bad happens to white. So these are, somehow it's like king b2, it's not that it's such an excellent move, but somehow you have the feeling that it's better there for safety reasons.
Maxime has indeed he has indeed gone for your move, and
he
he
went.
stood up immediately. He seems to be in a walking mode at the moment. Maybe he's enjoying that he can still stand up, because later he won't be able to when there's no time left.
But you see that actually he has 1 hour, 18 minutes left, and it's already the 25th move. So it is very clear that he doesn't want to spend time for nothing. And in other hand, of course, the position itself, it's also not so complicated. So you play the move how to improve the position little by little. I think later on also possibly a4 is possible just for later stages. I really think that c5 can be an improvement of white's position in a good moment. Also, I think queen c3 is a good spot for the queen for different reasons. Let's say if we just say if Black plays a6, I would be going queen c3 to put pressure over on the f6 pawn for the moment. And let's say if Black blocks it, then already I could go c5, takes, queen c5, and suddenly white, we can say that it's better because queen a7 is possible. So I think this is the main idea for white, that white is aiming somehow to exchange playing c5 and open up the d file, and then the two bishop can be powerful. Because
Yes, with an attack on the queen side, there's some perspective for white to create play. We shall see if Yu Yang will manage to stop those ideas. And let's have a look at the Carlsen Anand game one more time, as this is the game we started with.
Okay, so we have e4, which I mentioned before, that this is something that you would be looking for. Yeah, the question is whether it's really good, and I'm pretty sure that Magnus, this was the only move he was considering as a problem, or it can be a problem, because after f takes e4, now white has a pawn up, but it can be even dangerous for white if he would not pay attention, and Black would have enough time to go back to e5 and possibly open up and destroy the pawn structure on the king side for white. But for the moment, it's white to move, so this is very important. White can go bishop a3, for example, in order to aiming to get to d6 and then controlling the e5 square. I have a feeling that there is a very good chance that this game will end in a draw.
A dynamic draw, so it's a pawn sacrifice from the former world
Yeah,
champion
because
for attack.
it can easily be that black is, let's say, moving away, rook f7, white goes bishop d6. Let's say black gives a check. Though here I think it's quite okay for white, actually, queen f2. Because this d6 bishop is giving a lot of unpleasant moments for black. So actually this is now becoming very concrete. If after bishop a3...
And if rook to f6 to prevent bishop d6, are there...
That's also possible, but I
like-
just want to show that I blundered. Here
Oh.
black can go
Just
and
take the
take.
pawn.
But also I think maybe e5, and now the d6 bishop is strong, d7 knight is not the best, it would stand better on e6. Still, I think Magnus wants to give back a pawn for activity, that's very clear to me. But after rook a3, rook f6, what you suggested, I'm afraid that some queen b5 can be a problem of a pin.
Yes, with the knight hanging and this unprotected rook on e8, the tactical motives are working for white. And I also don't really like if I have to play a move like rook to c6.
Well, I think it's the best move. You put pressure over c3 and knight e5, you're ready to go.
Feels a bit
But-
loose, but if it works, then it works, but we
But actually,
shall see.
the problem is knight e5 is not the threat, because then bishop d6 and the e8.
Yeah, once again,
rook.
the e8 unprotected rook is a tactical element.
Okay, so after rook a3, I think black has to be careful very much. He has to know what he's doing.
Yeah, this bishop a3 move is really unpleasant. In the current position... Oh, Magnus is still thinking whether to play bishop a3.
And actually, this is the first moment in the tournament, I think, that white has less time than the black side.
True. In most games, it is white who has been really in speed chess mode, at least keeping a 10-minute advantage on the clock, and Magnus is now taking his time to execute the most precise move order. I'm sure that bishop a3 is one of his main candidate moves. What other moves do you think he is looking for? Calculating
I have
bishop
no
a3
idea, to be
and-
honest. This is the only move which, if it would be blitz, no question everybody
Bishop
would
A3.
make bishop a3, I think. Simply no question about it. There is, if there is any way to push the pawn, this is the question, to give it back and get some space. This is the big question, but I just simply don't see anything else. Maybe queen b5 can be also. Maybe this is the other option, to go queen b5 first, and only after black's reaction, let's say knight e5. But I'm not sure knight e5 is the best. I'm even wondering if f3 is possible now. As,
Wow. As f2 is a bigger threat than the hanging knight on d7.
Exactly, and if white would be taking only then playing knight e5, and then it is kind of tricky.
It's looking really dangerous with the knight appearing on e5. It would be a double pawn sacrifice by Vichy, but for quite some initiative.
So generally speaking, bishop a3 should be the move, but it's a question. What else he's thinking at this point? Queen f2 maybe. Queen f2 is also a possibility. As after knight e5, maybe white is able to take bishop takes f4. But queen f7, so there is a pin here. Rook goes to f1. Yeah, this can be considered as well, instead of bishop a3 or queen f2. Anything which may stop the move knight e5. Because for the moment f3 probably is not very strong. First of all, g3 is possible. So taking on f3, and after knight e5 already f4 would be possible, as the queen protects the f3 square. So queen f2 or bishop a3, I believe that these are the two alternatives, but I don't see really else what would stop knight e5.
I'm curious which move the world champion will go for. And while he's thinking, let's have a look at the the Grishuk game, I think that was a very exciting position where we left it, Aronian Grishuk.
Wow. So
And it keeps on
F5.
being exciting. Look at that central pawn mess on e4, f4, f5, e5, and also the d5 pawn, if we include that.
Yeah, it's a very funny pawn structure. And still, I mean, I again want to highlight that the kings are still in the center, and I have no idea if the 64 square will be enough for the two kings to have safety for both of them.
Good question whether those kings will ever castle, and if they castle, what flank that castling will be on.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let's say what happens if long castle at this point. Because for black it's not easy to castle short at all, because then h5 would give a hard time, I think.
Yes, castle kingside feels like stepping into white's attack with h5.
But maybe black would be castling long as well. Because h5 now is not giving much for white. You don't fear really that it's danger for black.
Yes, it would only give some space for white on the king side, but it's not the same as when the king is on g8.
Well, after f5, that's clear that white cannot take on f5, because then it would be a check on f4. So this is not possible.
That's why you should castle.
Though I'm not even sure.
Or
I mean,
even-
maybe king f1.
Yes, I was looking at
I
the
just
idea
can't
that
believe it.
rook e1 is a threat
Because probably black is just taking. Rook e1 is not possible because
the bishop
king
goes back.
back.
g takes
And
f4.
if takes, then long castle. And black is better. So this would be too risky for white. I think this is the moment to decide for white whether to castle short or long side. I think there is no reason to postpone it at this stage of the game.
So castle queenside is what we have looked at. Castle kingside, do you think that's something that Aronian is considering as well?
I don't think short castle is something so good to consider, having the pawn on h4 already.
It feels very airy around the king.
Yeah, it's not very logical follow-up of h4. I mean, the pawn structure is really funny and not very common. In such a close position, we have 4 bishops, and so it will be interesting how the position will be open up, and any of the bishop will have any power later on in this game. I would go long castle, I
queenside
think.
is the most natural continuation, but Levon is taking his time. He does have quite a lot of time as of an advantage, an hour and a half for Levon and Aronian, and Grishuk is below 50 minutes. This is only move 15. That means he has to play 25 more moves, Grishuk, to start receiving increment. But by the time he gets to that stage, he will only have the 10-second increment. So that's also basically nothing. And this is a problematic situation for the Russian Grandmaster.
Well, I'm pretty sure the best move in the position, but also how he can make a decision to make Grishuk think.
More time, spend more time in a complex line.
Yeah, to make decisions for him, because of course that's how you can gain time from your opponent the most. That if you ask questions, you set him in a situation where he can go this way or that way or the third way, and then it looks the same. So how do you start calculating? You start analyzing a little bit in your head. That in the long run, whether my king will be good on b8 or good on g8, or what. And so when you start to be very philosophical and making plans and analyze it for long term, that can eat up your time very easily.
And that's something very smart in competitive chess, to use which line is more complex, which line will make my opponent think more. And with this time control that we have, it's even more important.
And we have long castle on the board, white castle short. Interesting.
Really? Wow, brave decision by Alexander
Yeah, but
Grishuk.
probably eventually he wants to attack on the queen side. So this is very, very sharp. And of course h5 was flashed out by Levon instantly.
Levon is enjoying a cup of tea, I would assume. Of course, there's a place for snacks and refreshments where the players can go. We also have some snacks and refreshments, but we don't have the time to go there. Maybe the next break. I will not complain. I have some chocolate.
We have some nice water.
Yeah. We actually have a special water. I was going to mention that last year too we had the Go to Live mineral waters as a partner of the event, and the players get to drink this kind of water which has extra oxygen in it, and that's supposed to help you think better. Actually, Wesley So was so fond of it that he was given a suitcase full of Go to Life mineral water after the event. Really, he really felt the difference, so he wanted to have it, and he played the last year's Grantchester events with the Go to Life bottles accompanying him.
Great. Nice
Do you feel
water.
the difference with the more oxygen? Better for commentary.
I don't know.
Now that I told you about it, I think you should feel the difference. You know,
I
the
will drink it
psychological.
differently.
Yes.
Well, after H5, it's I'm curious what he played, but of course he had. No, but actually, you know what? Isn't it long castle there?
Oh, so why do we have short castle on our board? Wait, let's just have a look. Oh, if we could. Sorry, I think we were in still our analysis mode. So the actual move was castle queenside. That makes way more sense if you don't want to step into this h5 attack. But h5 was still the move of Levon.
Yeah, he didn't castle long. He played H5, long castle. Sorry about the misunderstanding.
We had it on our board because we analyzed it. It looked like it was the main move, so I would have also said that, oh, you castled kingside.
Yeah, that was strange. Okay, so one long castle we have on the board after H5. Another question is where the E1 king will be moving. Because I still believe that long castle will be the move.
And then it transposes to what we have looked at. So
Yeah.
h5 was played first, but now Levon has indeed castled queenside, so we reached the position that Judith mentioned earlier. We are there.
Yeah.
We got it.
Different move order, but we're there. Yeah, this was the logical follow-up of the position what we had, because the only part of the board where the kings can be safe, it's on the king side, queen side. And most likely they will also move to b1 and b8 at some point. But okay, let's see how black will react here. Whether is he going to grab on f4, possibly at some point. But king b8, for example, is a quite reasonable move at this stage, I think, because you don't really want to move away with your rook, possibly to f8, because h takes g6, h takes g6, and I would go rook h7. It's not that white is threatening immediately with the killing move, but it can be unpleasant on the 7th rank, this pin. So black probably would be going back to h8, and then the line could go something like rook h1, rook h7, rook takes h7.
Try to trade more with rook h8.
Yeah, then we go again, battery, something like this, takes, queen takes. And yesterday we saw a very nice blitz game by Grishchuk against...
Was that against Caruana?
Maybe
the
against
king on
Caruana.
a5.
Yeah, and it was very beautifully done. And then from d1, the queen in a close position went to h1, h7, g8, b3.
Yeah.
Then went to e6, and then queen a2 mate.
And the pawn break was
Very
just
end.
in the right moment on the queen side.
So these queens can be very dangerous when it goes to h7. It attacks the g6. It can go queen g8, and actually the pin can be very annoying, but actually it also attacks the f5 pawn, looking back from that side. So rook f8 would not be advised, I believe. You don't want to give up the h file. And but I see that black took on f4, so there was a decision made in the center. The most logical reply is definitely g takes f4. Also, queen f4 may be possible, but gf is the most logical at first.
Yeah, there can be a
Clearly.
trade of dark squared bishops, but white is certainly not wanting to take on g7. That will bring the queen to the long diagonal, and queen a1
Well,
is a
now
threat.
the interesting thing is, if let's say black decides now he can move either to rook e8 or rook f8. I would consider rook f8 in order to take on e4 and possibly have some attack on the f4 pawn. And now h takes g6 takes rook h7 is not possible already, because black would be grabbing with the check and queen
Except the rook.
h7. So this would be not so dangerous for black, though. Probably white can go something like rook g1 and put pressure on the g6. So it's a question after g takes f4, new opportunities open on the g5 for white. This is something that black will have to consider how to react on this.
And Levon has
played.
made a move that I can't see on our board yet. But he did play a move, and he also follows the Vachier way of playing, standing up right after making a move, and the trade on b2 happened. We'll just wait for our board to update the new move. I believe that was g takes f4 from what I can see on the camera, and bishop takes b2 by Grishuk. Yeah, I think if we just play g takes f4 and bishop takes b2 check, this is the current position, I believe. Our board is taking some time to catch up with the players.
Well, I would think that queen b2 is the move, but king b2 is also possible. But then definitely white will have to move away with the king.
Can we have a look at this exact board from the bird's view? I think we have another camera angle just to see the position better. Yeah, the pawn is on f4. Great! I love to be able to change cameras. This angle is amazing for blitz especially, and I think we will use it a lot for Armageddon. Bishop takes b2 check, and now Aronian can take back both with the queen and the king, but queen takes seems more logical. He's taking his time.
After queen b2, of course, f4 pawn can be vulnerable at some stage. Let's say rook f8 immediately. But after rook f8, you know, actually this can, no. I was thinking that e takes f5 and rook f5 is not possible, but actually queen e3 would be grabbing the bishop on f3. So rook h f8 is a logical continuation, but yeah.
Queen takes has indeed been played, and rook h2 f8.
It was also played, yeah. Yeah. Now there is a lot of tension between these pawns. If we see the f5, e4, the h6, h5, g6, these pawns have this tension, and it's always a question who is going to be taking the first. For now, I think actually it's not so simple for white, because white is really have to pay attention what to do with the f4 pawn, not to lose it.
There's certainly a pressure now with the threat of capturing on e4, and then the pawn would fall. How shall white deal with this threat?
I don't like the king on c1 having this e3 weakness after queen took on b2, and for the moment e5 is also not possible because of takes, and suddenly bishop on d5 can take an extra pawn. So this is also, for the moment, white is not able to move his e4 pawn. And if, let's say, white would be going king b1, which is an option for white, then black can take simply on e4, bishop takes e4, black would be taking on f4, white can take on g6, and there are a lot of exchange of pawns. And now probably, but actually black has a pawn up, as after bishop g6, black would be capturing at bishop d5, and he's pawn up.
Pawn up,
of course, rook h7 is possible, but I just don't like this this whole structure for white. Black will be not clear what black will do, because if queen g5, then white suddenly could go queen g7, and on the 7th it is very, very difficult. But let's say if after king b1, but okay, f takes e4, it was possible. I mean, black is completely fine here after taking, and even bishop g6, I think. I mean, black can just simply go queen f6 to exchange, or there are different alternatives for black.
And the d5 pawn is still vulnerable, d3, d5 isolated double pawns. So certainly this is what must worry Levon Aronian. He's taking his time to deal with rook h2 f8. I think we can leave him here thinking, and he'll come back to see his decision in a short while. Is there an improvement or any progress in the Vashier Yu Yi game?
Well, if we go back, what happened was he did play king b2, black went queen e7, centralizing the queen, and actually be prepared for after queen c3 to meet it with queen e5 and exchange the queens, which will lead not much of a play, I believe, for white. White has his bishop pair, but let's say bishop g2 is kind of a logical follow-up, I believe, but I'm not sure it will give much for white. Like if, let's say, black is just simplifying, taking, and maybe he just plays knight e5. I mean, the f5 bishop is standing really well in these positions.
This is still a balanced position. Maxime, who visited the confessional booth half an hour ago, said that he was hoping for some slight advantage, but it seems to be petering out. And if it's a draw, a reminder to everybody, we have a revolutionary format this year. We will be hoping for a draw in classical games, because that will lead to an Armageddon, sudden death, where white has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, but black will get the full point in case of a draw. That is, the classical game counts as 1 point, and if the 2 point for the if you win, but if we separate it, if it's a draw, then another point will be decided by the Armageddon game, where black will get that extra point in case of a draw. It's a complex system, but it's gonna make it even more exciting, and there's a lot to play for. So in every matchup there will be a winner, whether in the classical game or in Armageddon. We will have a winner in every matchup today.
So Maxime just played bishop e2, and it will be a question whether, well, black obviously, actually I just showed the line where queen takes c3, but white will definitely have to work for that to push black to really to exchange the queen. I think for the moment he will keep the tension. The plan, what might be for Maxime, is to play with the rook on g1 and somehow use the g file. Well, it's like more comfortable to play it with white, but black really needs to make a lot of mistakes to give opportunities for white. What happened? Let's see what happened just for a moment.
In the
Carlsen game, he played rook f1.
Okay, so in the moment that we were discussing after knight takes d7, Judith suggested bishop a3,
or
queen to f2, and instead Magnus went for rook f1, but it also prevents the idea of f3, knight e5 by black.
And also, most importantly, they immediately playing knight e5, because white would be able to grab the pawn on f4.
True.
So definitely it was important immediate action from white, somehow making a prophylactic move against knight e5, which Magnus did. But in this way that he moved his rook away, the e4 pawn can be more vulnerable. So now black can think about playing, for example, knight c5 and put pressure on the e4 pawn.
That's an option that Vichy must be considering.
But there are some funny tactics now. For example, e5, and if rook e5, I think rook f4.
Beautiful. The queen can't be taken because of rook takes f8 mate.
But maybe even bishop f4 is possible.
Which one is stronger, bishop takes or rook takes?
And if rook e4 is not possible because it's rook f4, and then it's mate. So I'm not sure if after knight c5, e5, what black would be doing.
Yes, because if we show one more time the move where the rook takes e5, rook takes f4, black can trade on f4, and after bishop takes f4.
No, rook f4 is the move, queen e5.
Queen takes e5, yeah. The moment you stopped, tactics all over the board because of this back rank motif that Black has to keep an eye on the 8th rank. Beautiful. Queen takes e5. Wow.
Okay, so this is, and actually Magnus is keeping alternatives to blunder for his opponent at least. So e5 would be unpleasant, and yeah. So after knight c5, e5 would be the move. Okay, so let's go back to some of the other games we haven't seen for some time. Dingley and Wesley So. Actually, there were quite a few pawn exchange since last time we saw it, and it's white to move. It is an interesting endgame. Black has a passed pawn, e-passed pawn. The question is whether he can take advantage of that, because Black can easily get better here. If Black is reaching king with the f5, and then later on he can push e4, he can bring his knight and support from g4 or from d5. Actually, the knight on b3 is not standing too well.
Yes, the knight doesn't really have a
But okay,
route
white
to attack the black pawns.
should not get in danger, but I wouldn't worry at all with Black, definitely. Maybe White would be playing h3 now, being ready for king f5, so White would go g4. But even this for Black, I mean, king g5, and Black can start moving to h4. If king g3, Black has check. Well, for
That
the
could
moment,
lead to a repetition of moves if the knight goes
it
back.
seems to be pretty drawish at this point.
It was Maxime Vachelagraph who earlier visited the confessional booth, but luckily another player is also really fond of the confessional, and that's Magnus Carlsen. We will not show the video because he spoke in Norwegian, but we do have a translation thanks to Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svensson. If we can bring up his tweet to show what Carlsen said in the confessional. Since I was here last time, the trend has been in my favor. I centralized my pieces. He wasn't sure where to put his pieces. E4 seems more like desperation. This is the first part of the confession, so we have the continuation too, I believe, or at least I can read out. He said that I don't think it worked to play f3 after bishop d7. We can maybe show those moves so that it makes more sense to our viewers. He's discussing the moment where Anand sacrificed the pawn with e4, and in Magnus's eyes that was more of a desperation than a good move. Interesting. Let's just show this moment.
This is the moment that we are talking about. So after bishop d7, he claims
he said
f3.
that to play f3 after bishop d7, the last move, it seems like I had many choices, but the move that seemed most natural was queen b5. This is where he was thinking after knight takes d7. Remember, we were discussing bishop a3, queen b5, and rook f1. So he was thinking a lot about queen b5. That's what he says. That attacks the knight on d7, and in many lines, his rook on e8 will be hanging. But I wasn't sure about it, like if he plays f3, which was your idea, f3 immediately. In general, I thought I would be fine there, but then I looked at rook f1, and I felt it was even better. So instead of queen b5, which was his main choice, he decided to go for rook f1, which seems safer. I couldn't see any counterplay. Oh, we do have the first result though, so I'm gonna interrupt the tweet reading, which I love Twitter. Dingley Ren and Wesley So agree to a draw. That means that in 15 minutes, these two players will be back for a sudden death game where Dingley Ren has to win with the white pieces. 10 minutes for the Chinese, 7 minutes for Wesley So. This is going to be the first Armageddon game here in Stavanger. I can't wait. I'm excited already.
Well, they have to switch their brain to another mode.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Let's just finish with the tweet that was about this position of Magnus. So he ended up saying that he preferred rook f1 after all. I couldn't see any counterplay. If knight c5, I play queen c4. Right now, I think it looks very promising for me. It looks like a healthy extra pawn, and I'm very optimistic.
Oh, but it's interesting news that after knight c5, he plans to go queen c4. As after rook e4, probably he wants to go bishop f4 or rook f4.
Wow. Wow. What a position for the world champion.
Thanks, Magnus, for sharing it.
Thanks for sharing. We hope to see the players more often in the confessional booth.
No, actually,
That's a feature.
no, sorry. I think bishop f4 because rook f4, then queen f4.
Ooh, who's sacrificing
Then
what?
queen f4,
Both
but
queens are hanging.
I think after rook e4, bishop f4 is possible. But still, I don't know. Rook takes c4, bishop takes. Even it's not a must. I can even go rook c8. But okay, rook takes, king takes, and
Yeah.
black goes h6.
Black has no time to take on c3 because of a back rank mate, so h6.
But everything is hanging. Why is it so obvious that it's so good for white?
Well, let's ask Magnus to go back to the confessional and discuss this line a little more in detail.
I don't know. What does he mean by knight c5, queen c4?
So rook takes e4 is the
Well, he
critical
can go rook
move.
d4. Rook d4 might be
Because
unpleasant.
after rook takes d4, c takes, and
No, this is better. This is clear because black has no other than knight a6, and after that takes, and white really has a pawn up simply.
yeah, a pawn
This
up and
I
game.
understand, but after rook d4
We do have a move by Wishy, and that
and
is
knight c5.
knight c5. All right, Magnus, will you go for queen c4? You promised us queen c4. I'm curious. He announced that after knight c5, he has queen c4, so he's not worried about that move. That black has no counterplay because of knight c5, queen c4.
I think actually I feel that black has quite a lot of counterplay.
Who will be right, Magnus and his confession, or Wishy and his calculation and e4? Was it a desperate move, as according to Magnus, or Wishy may think that it was a very powerful, dynamic move that gave him the initiative? And we have an update on the Dingler and Wesley So match that their Armageddon game will begin in 25 minutes, so they have somewhat more than the 15 minutes. That's a minimum break between the Classical and Armageddon. In this case, they have some more time at 7:30 local time. The first Armageddon of Norway chess will take place with Dingliran having the white pieces and a must-win situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the other participants will be also following it very closely.
If they have the time, maybe Grishuk won't be able to if he's running out of time. How much time he has left, by the way, Alexander Grishuk?
Let's see how Grishuk is doing. And rook de1 was played. And he has only 38 minutes left, and he's thinking.
He keeps thinking he cannot follow the Armageddon, I'm afraid. He will have to worry about his own game.
Interesting situation. Of course, actually, rook e1 I do like, and I think it's a good move as it protects the e3. And immediately right now, the threat is to play e takes f5.
Judith, where do you think that hand will land? Because he is about to make
Queen
a
f6
move,
or
but
something.
he's
Queen f7.
hesitating.
Queen f7, I think.
He took his hand back. He's unsure.
Rook e1 is a good move because it wants to reach to e6. This can be the only unpleasant thing for black, I believe. And where did he go?
I can't
Queen f7.
see it exactly.
Queen
Queen
f7.
f7, indeed. And
Well, now the question is, let's say white takes on g6 takes. I would be considering to play e takes f5, but probably the good news is for black that he can capture it with the queen, and the f4 is under attack with a check. Also d3 is under attack. So, and also for the moment what is very important with the move queen f7, that e5 is not possible, or at least it seems so, because of bishop takes d5.
then what shall be the reaction to Queen f7 and these ideas of the hanging pawns?
Well, one option, for example, to grab on g6 just in case, and then, for example, rook f1.
So in case of f takes e4,
I
bishop
would give
check or takes?
Intermediate. I would go
I like it.
intermediate move, check, and then to take with the pawn. So these two pawns can be kind of powerful, and also bishop to e6, possibly e5.
White would, of course, love to take back on e4 with the pawn. That straightens the pawn structure, strengthens the d5 pawn, and then e5 pawn push, as Judith said, is possible after bishop e6 if you prepare it well. So bishop g4 check would be a way to defend the f4 pawn if white takes on g6 and plays rook f1.
But it's a question whether white wants to open up the h5. But I'm worried that if white would be going rook f1 immediately, then black can possibly even take the pawn on h5. For the moment, it's not dangerous and it's not really a pawn up, but it can be for a later stage. So now white has to make a decision, and f takes e4 is definitely a concrete threat.
And this is the game where we see the biggest time difference. Alexander Grishuk started using a lot of time already from the opening phase of the game, and he only has 37 minutes left. This is move
Rook
20.
h4.
That is 20 more moves till the increment. He did take on g6 and
No, sorry, it's my
Oh, it's
fault.
our board. All right.
Yes.
Rook h4 instead of h takes g6.
Yeah, this I thought for a fraction of a second, and I was not sure that on h4 really the rook can be standing well. Well, yeah, the idea is that he doesn't want to give up this tension, and he wants to keep this threat of exchanging the pawns later, and also possibly to double his rook on h1, and only later on to take on g6 and possibly go with the rook to h7. And once if white would reach with the rook to h7th rank, that would be a great progress, and that is practically one of the main dangers black can face. If that would happen, that's not good news for him. And
We shall see if Grishuk will react to this well, but it's not an easy situation.
On the other hand, the question is what happens after f takes e4. Because, well, for the moment, if d takes e4, what about playing g5? Because there is a serious pin here, right? So if now white goes bishop g4, black goes out and white would be taking. Probably white is doing okay because after queen f4, queen d2.
Protects the g5 pawn and the bishop is not hanging. So this would still be okay for white. Can we just have a look at that moment one more time after rook h4, if there's any idea for black? Even though Levon has confidently played rook h4, he still has an hour and 14 minutes. The Armenian champion is doing very well in terms of time management. We can't say the same about Alexander Grishuk, but this is something we could have said in already before the event. I think that Grishuk will end up having many time trouble situations.
Yeah, that was clear.
Wasn't a very risky bet if we had to make a bet on that.
King b8 is the logical follow-up, going out from all kind of intermediate moves like bishop g4 in later stages. So this is something to be considered with black.
I'm really worried that each and every time it's Grishuk's turn, he takes a couple of minutes. So he at some point he will have to just say that I need to play faster, and that shouldn't be the last minute or two because there's no increment. So until move 41, there's not even a 10-second increment, and he can lose on time if he doesn't start playing faster.
This is what Levon wants to keep, the tension. That's why this h takes g6 probably will not happen only when it's already action time with rook h1. Well, I think black has to go out sooner or later to go king b8. What's going on in our other games?
Is there anything in the Carlsen Anand game? Knight c5 is still on the board and Magnus hasn't played yet the promised queen c4. Maybe he has realized something that he didn't know before going to the confessional booth.
Well, we'll see probably shortly. Let's see, we haven't seen for some time Mamedyarov against Fabiano Caruana. There is also quite a lot of tension in the center after c5. Well, f3 bishop cannot be too proud of its activity
Oh
for
no,
now.
it looks like a pawn at the moment.
But e1 bishop is also not something that
That can't
it's
even be
so,
called a pawn. It's on the back rank. It's worse than a pawn.
it is not so promising, the bishop pair here. And I'm wondering how White can improve his piece play somehow. I think we can say that Black has a very comfortable position.
Yes.
Very nice position.
I like how
for
the minor
moment.
pieces of black have a better perspectives, and also this pawn on f4 is annoying, giving more space to black.
I mean, for the moment, what White is good at with the queen on e2 and with the bishop on f3 to stop Black playing g5 and attack. But Black's plan could be easily to go later on rook h8, g5, after defending the pawn with the queen on h5. But maybe he will just not do that. And for the moment, he wants to force White to make a decision whether is he going to close the position with d5. And only after that start to play either the king flank or starts to play in the queen side and improve his piece play, regrouping. So it's a very unpleasant position for White, I must say.
The time situation is balanced, but I agree with you that in terms of the position, I would definitely prefer black. Fabiano seems to be comfortable.
Well, there is probably one idea for White, maybe to take d takes e5, and after bishop e5 to go rook d5, and somehow try to double with the rook.
Yes, since in case of a capture on d5, rook takes d5, e takes d5, that creates a pass pawn for White and opens up the e file. That would change
Yes, but even this is
the
possible, and Black goes
structure.
knight b7, knight d6. But I wouldn't go rook takes d5, to be honest.
Oh, definitely.
Because,
Black would prefer not
it
to.
would be a big relief for White, I think, to open up the e file. But probably I would consider somehow to take on d5 in a good moment and play rook to d5. So let's see the
Manager
others.
played king to f1. That's the last move in this game.
Wow.
Interesting choice. King f1. Judith, your thoughts?
I'm somehow trying to get my thoughts. What do I think about this? It's quite unexpected.
Where is he going? Is king f1, king g1 the plan, or there's something?
Well, you say something true, I think, there. Because if you don't want to decide whether to take or no, and you want to keep the tension, then actually, yeah, whatever move you make, you would be worsening your position. But it's
King f1, king g1. It's very sad if White has to go for that kind of a move sequence, going
we
back and
shouldn't
forth.
laugh on poor White's position. It's not funny to play with White.
Yeah, definitely. The world champion challenger clearly has the initiative here. We shall see if it's going to be enough in order to convert this into a full point, but he's definitely trying.
But I mean, Black has ideas, different ideas. Really, also, it is possible to play rook h8, somehow to play g5. It's not so easy to progress, though, with Black. And I would even consider to play maybe queen e6, trying to control the c4 square and force White to make a decision what to do in the center.
I like that idea. Before we continue with the rest of the games and the Armageddon that's going to take place in 14 minutes between Dingliran and Bestie, so we will go for a short break. But don't go anywhere because it's going to be a really short break. I hope to get some chocolate. I don't know, Judith, how are you with dark chocolate? I have some, luckily, and I think we also have some rest. But before I go on with more food talk, let's just announce the break. Make sure to use the hashtag Norway Chess and hashtag Altibox. We look at both hashtags if you want to give questions to Judith. Tell us about your opinion about the games and also the topic we discussed earlier. We had a very interesting discussion about online communities, not just in chess, but in general.
Er du klar?
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to our broadcast. This is round one of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament, and we are witnessing Magnus Carlsen making a move finally after knight c5. Judith and myself were a bit surprised that Magnus went to the confessional booth and he said that, oh, knight c5, I have queen c4. And then he ended up thinking about 15-20 minutes on that move after knight c5 was on the board, and now he played bishop to a3.
Exactly, and actually I'm not surprised that he was reconsidering his thoughts, as bishop a3 is an active move, so now there is a pin here. Let's see what he has in mind. If rook takes e4, probably it's not possible, or is it possible? Let's see, probably bishop, queen b5. Actually, it also has to be taken in account. Well, for now, probably it's not good enough. Queen e4, knight takes e4, and having two rooks for the queen, though it has to be considered whether who does it favor, because for now after queen b6, king h1 would be bad, I believe, because of knight f2 takes, and after bishop c5 black would have the defensive move to defend the mate on d8.
Important.
So it seems like after queen b6 check, black would be completely doing fine, because after rook d4, knight c3 would be the move. So let's go back, bishop a3, this is what is standing right now at the board. So after rook e4, what happens if white would be going queen b5? After queen b5, I think black might be, well, after b6, a5 can be very unpleasant because of this pin, and the c5 knight is under attack, so that's why a5 move can be strong. Try to deviate, deflect the b6 pawn. So after queen b5, what can black do? There are a lot of tactical issues here. For example, if rook e5, I just see some strange things like bishop c5, rook c5, I think rook f4 is possible.
Wow, once again the back rank idea. There's no time for rook b5.
Yeah, because here queen e8 immediately, and if queen f4, then queen c5 just
Protects
defending
f2.
the f2 square. So there are a lot of tactics happening here.
It's a crazy position. No wonder that Magnus took some time to calculate all these variations instead of just going for queen c4, the move that he was originally planning to play. But we will switch to the Dingley-Ran-Wesley So match, because their classical game finished in a draw, and that means that they will start the first ever Armageddon game here in Stavanger, where white has 10 minutes, but he has to win the game. 7 minutes for black. A draw will give the full point in this Blitz Armageddon game to Wesley. So, how do you see this situation? Dingley-Ran having to play for a win.
Let's see, I just switch here to the board so we can follow. They are playing, flashing out all these moves. It is a very special moment. It's very strange for those two players who are just playing this Armageddon game with this time control. It seems like they still think it's a 3 minutes time control from
Yesterday's Blitz tournament is back, but there's no increment until move 61. So only there will be a 3-second increment if they reach it, if they manage to get to move 61. Before that, it's 10 minutes versus 7.
So we reached out move 14, if I see it correctly. It's all theory. They were flashing out the moves really in seconds. And rook b3.
The rook draws back to b2 after knight a5. And knight c6. Of course, Wesley would love to repeat moves.
Well, this is giving some irritation, I think, immediately to the white side. Of course, he has a point because he wants to go knight b4. This is the weak square for...
Oh, Dingley-Ran was about to play rook d2, but then he decides that he's not that sure. He has to make a rook move. Rook d2 still played, eventually after some hesitation.
Yeah. It's a logical move, actually. Probably his main idea is to go bishop b2 later, and after knight b4, bishop b1 will be played. But rook d8 for a moment, of course, it's not only attacking the d4, but it's important to stop as much as possible the push of d5.
So far, Wesley has used a minute, which is more than what Ding Liren has spent up until this stage. That's great news for the Chinese, but now he also starts investing more time in this position.
Well, it is definitely not a position that you would think that 8 minutes will be enough or 9 minutes for the whole game. It can be a very complicated game. At one point, I'm pretty sure d5, this is what I wanted to say. And after e takes d5, probably e5 and open up this diagonal for the bishop can be very powerful. And also bishop on f5 can show up. But also after e takes d5, if e takes d5, rook d5 is not possible for the moment because
Bishop
of the
takes.
immediate tactics. But after knight e takes d5, I think knight b4 would be pretty strong, attacking with so many pieces at the same time, this pawn.
But d5 is a very unpleasant move when you only have 5 minutes and 23 seconds is what Wesley So has. Because of the Armageddon format, he decides not to take it but goes for knight b4.
And probably now takes and e5. Yeah, this is a very typical situation, breakthrough in the center, because with the d5 pawn, the black bishop is blocked by it. So probably black will be also considering to play d4 at some point to give back, because he wants to open up the diagonal for the bishop.
He went for g6 to protect
For the
his
moment,
king.
yeah, to block the bishop on b1,
Yeah.
so not to have this attacking possibility.
That blocks one bishop, but the other can be dangerous if the long diagonal opens up.
But black should be careful also about e6, potential e6. Also, for example, knight d4 can be a strong move at this point of the game. White played.
I missed to see it on the camera. Rook to e1, simply.
Rook e1. Well, it supports the idea of e6, definitely.
d4, as you mentioned, black is aiming to give back the pawns so that his pieces would be more active, opening up the diagonal of the b7 bishop and gaining the d5 square. e6 played by Ding Liren. He does not care about the d4 pawn.
Well, it also seems that actually, while Ding Liren has more time in the starting position, right? He started with 10 minutes. He was spending less time than Wesley So.
Yeah, he's
so
faster,
far.
even though he had 3 extra minutes. It's now twice the time that Ding Liren has, almost twice. And that's a very difficult situation for Wesley, having to defend this position with only 4 minutes left and no increment.
Yeah, knight c6, black wants to exchange.
He seems really nervous. He was adjusting the clock earlier, then the pieces, stands up to look at the screen. But I think these are all signs of being nervous.
Maybe he was checking which number of move are they.
It's quite possible that he can see it on the screen above them. It's gonna take him,
Quite a while.
This is move 24 and they only get increment from move 61.
Well, I think white has a great choice of, for example, playing knight f3 and threatening with playing rook d7. So I think knight f3 could be, but on the other hand, probably rook takes d2 and bishop b4 is possible later. So after knight c6, white has to think how to continue. Because actually black is not only threatening to exchange the knight, but he can also consider it if white is not reacting knight e5.
Knight to
Knight
f5, giving up a piece on the f5 square. What a game by the Chinese grandmaster. He sacrificed the pawn and now he's willing to give up his knight. Let's see what happens if it's taken.
Well, the first question is whether rook d7 is possible.
Wesley did not take, but captures on d2 first.
Well, now after rook d2, the possibility of white to
Knight
take
takes
knight
e7, intermediate move.
Which piece? Queen was taking on e7, queen d2. I'm not sure G takes F5 was not possible.
Wesley did not have much time to calculate whether he wanted the piece or not. So he goes for the trade and then King G7.
But now this spin is not going to be funny for black, I believe. Even what about G4? Is that too much?
Queen F4 was played by Ding Liren to put pressure on the F6 pawn. But G4 is certainly in the air.
Yeah, the idea is G4 and G5 for later stage.
Wesley, so down to 3.5 minutes, no increment until move 61, so
Rook
that is
D8 or Rook F8 was played?
Rook F8 by Wesley. He still has
Rook
to
F8.
play more than 30 moves to get increment.
Well, black is not having a fun time here. The E6 pawn is incredibly strong. Maybe just white is going to play H4, H5.
Indeed, that's what Ding Liren has
That's what
just
happened.
moved. Still 6 minutes left for the Chinese. He started with 3 extra minutes and he's using his time very well, but he has to win this game. It's a reminder this is called a sudden death or Armageddon in chess, where white has more time, but a draw will give the point to black.
Also, white can consider later Rook E3 can be a very strong attacking move, supporting Bishop A3 from the side.
Plenty of ideas for Ding Liren.
These two bishops are very powerful.
Yeah, I don't envy Wesley's situation, having only 3 minutes left and the position to defend. It's not even an extra pawn anymore since he gave back the pawn with D4. The pawn pushes. Therefore,
Actually, it's a very sad situation from black side.
Yeah, E6 pass pawn, the pair of bishops, pressure. Very well played by the Chinese grandmaster.
Yeah, for black it's very difficult to look for counterattack. That's the biggest problem. Bishop C8 is a passive move. So now probably H5 will be played.
Yes, indeed, he has just moved H5.
And black is in trouble. He cannot take this because I think H takes G6 and Queen G5 or Queen G3.
Ooh, that's a pretty move because of the pin and pressure
But
on
also
G6.
probably Queen G3 is just simpler, and if black defends, then this would be...
Mate in 2 after Queen G6, Queen H7.
So let's go back to the position. After H5, it's very difficult to make a move for black.
I would be surprised if there is a defense. It's such an activity
And black's
for
problem
white.
is really that Queen B4 would be kind of a counter chance, but Queen C7 is there, so white is really attacking from all sides.
He goes knight e5 to try to cover up the long diagonal, but that seems shaky. You can
I have
probably
the feeling-
sacrifice an exchange.
I mean, Rook E5 or simply to go H6 first, and then the game is over. After King G8, Rook takes, Queen takes, and it's undefendable.
Yep, no way to protect the AJ square. And the E6 pawn, what a useful piece in the attack, prevents the king from escaping through F7.
Well, at this point, of course, white is calculating. He knows exactly the victory is in his hand, but now he wants to do it as simple as possible.
And just to make sure that there's no error in his calculation, he can double check. He's got the time, 5 minutes left for Ding Liren. He has used his time very wisely and went for the initiative with the pawn sacrifice after the opening.
Well, there is still one question, maybe after H6, takes on E5, takes, Bishop E6
Oh, he
wants
takes
to be... He took
immediately
immediately.
without
Maybe it
H6.
was a better option. But of course, after Queen E5, black wants to go King H6. That's the only
That's
way.
why he probably will want to include H6. No, he takes on E5 and King
And
H6, capture on G6, and now Queen H2 check,
Well,
which is more than a check.
and then Queen G3
Oh,
and checkmate.
what a beautiful finish. A handshake. Ding Liren wins the first ever Armageddon here in Stavanger. This is a revolutionary format that we see working out today for the Chinese grandmaster. What a game.
So Ding Liren has 1.5 points after
1.5
round 1.
points. That's the scoring system. A win in the classical game will give 2 points to the players. A win after Armageddon is 1.5 points. So 1.5 points for Ding Liren, half a point for Wesley So.
Wow, things happened really fast in this game. In the beginning, it was not clear, but I hope we'll have the opportunity to ask the players what they felt and how they were thinking.
We hope to be joined by Dingley Ren to talk about his Armageddon game, which I think will be the case. So we will go for a quick technical break and get a microphone for Mr. Dingley Ren. We are being joined by the world number 3 Dingley Ren, who is back in Stavanger. Last year wasn't the best tournament for you because of a sudden accident, but this year is beginning very well. You played the first Armageddon game here, and it was such a dynamic, active play. Can you tell us about how did you feel about having to play the Armageddon, entering it with the right pieces, and this must-win situation?
Yeah, when we have Armageddon in mind, then when I play in classical games, I will maybe I'll worry about the next game, maybe. So it means the joy is not the end of the day, and
because you will need to play one more game in case it's a draw in the classical.
yeah. So today my plan is to play solid in classical games, then prepare something aggressively in Armageddon. Yeah, and it turns out to be work very well.
So this has all been your preparation, what we saw on the board. Can you show until which moment did you have this in mind?
Yeah, Rook B3 was the idea I prepared some time ago. I think it's very, very strong move. I think, yeah, with some strong attacking possibility here. And here, I started to work to think myself. I think it's a good plan. Yeah, and now I think there is no need to wait because I cannot wait Rook E1 because Bishop B4, so I have to attack immediately. And yeah, if we take first, then I have Bishop E4 to protect the pawn.
That's why Knight B4 is more precise for black, and then
I'm not
took,
sure.
or you think it's not a better way?
I don't know, but at least he grabbed a pawn. But anyway, I got very strong active.
When you prepared this Rook B3 line, did you have this idea too, or it all came an inspiration over the board?
Yeah, I know some kinds of idea when transfer the rook to the king side and place the bishop on B2 and B1. Yes, and then just push and attack.
And later there was another critical moment when
he played
you
knight C6.
sacrificed on F5, the knight. What did you think about this moment? You ended up playing knight F5, but you're not sure whether it was a correct sacrifice.
Yeah, if I play something normally like queen G4, I think he can take...
Maybe knight E5 also?
Knight E5.
Or just knight D4?
Knight E5 maybe I can...
yeah, queen G3. But maybe knight C4?
Yeah. So I don't want to make things clear.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't work, I think white had very good compensation.
This was your idea after the capture Rook D7?
Yeah.
Probably queen F4, but it was completely understandable that
Queen
you played
F5.
knight F5.
Yeah, I have.
Seems to be a very strong
At least
attack.
very hard to deal the problem.
For black.
Yeah, for black, yeah.
And you had already, you started with 3
take.
extra minutes and then you kept on playing very quickly. So I think at this stage Wesley had about 3 minutes left.
Yeah. Yeah, and he plays this, so finally I can remove his very good bishop, and his king side became very vulnerable. And now I think the position just...
yeah, it's just almost winning.
winning for white.
Yes, it's even material. You still have the initiative
equal.
and the pair of bishops plus
Yeah.
this e6 pass pawn.
Yeah, this is too strong and cannot be tricked, cannot be exchanged.
It was a very impressive game, and we didn't know. We were discussing with Judith how it will turn out, the classical games, and then you have to play Armageddon. So basically, your strategy has been to be solid in the classical game, and you already had prepared for Armageddon before the round.
Yes, I prepared some line, but this line I just checked before this game, so I'm very lucky to remember some details, to remember some attacking ideas. Otherwise, I had to work it on board. But since I had just checked it like 10 minutes ago.
Wow.
Did you have the? Do you think that white is a better color in this system, or you go with the flow and whatever you get the maximum?
Maybe since white can gamble everything, can just play for free for attack.
You played very fast. It was a clear preparation and strategy for you that you play very fast because at a certain point you were spending less time than your opponent.
Yes, since the idea was not new to me, so I can play it with hands.
Very fast.
Yeah, and also keeping the time advantage, I guess, is part of what white has, extra 3 minutes, and you want to make sure that you have more time for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It was a really nice attacking game. We definitely enjoyed watching it, and we wish you good luck for the rest of the event.
Okay.
And we hope that there will be no injuries involved in this year's competition for you. Thank you so much for joining us, team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken.
5 sekunder.
Welcome back to our broadcast. We have just witnessed the first ever Armageddon game here in Stavanger. Dingley ran one with the white pieces, impressive style, and he also told us about his preparation, that he had the Armageddon game already planned when going into the classical game. What do you think about that strategy, that he was going to be solid in the classical game?
Well, I understand it, and I think we are going to experience it and see it again and again, that in some games the players are definitely preparing for 2 games in a day, that if they want to be very solid, there is a bigger chance of having the Armageddon later on of the day. And it was a very clear honest way of saying from Dingley Rand that actually he wanted to be very solid and he was ready to go for it, double or nothing with the white pieces.
Yeah.
And I think it was also kind of interesting for him that he was curious how it works out. And it was very, very interesting to see his strategy, that he was really playing extremely fast. Wesley had also the same attitude, right? I mean, they were really blitzing out like it was only 3 minutes game or something like that. And then there were some turning points, and knight f5, the sacrifice, that was the crucial moment of the game, when Dingley Ram was ready to sacrifice.
Yep.
I think it should be pretty good, the sacrifice, but definitely with such a short time control, it was something probably that he couldn't stop himself playing it, but probably it was also the best move, and it made the game spectacular.
It was his first question when he joined us here in the studio while he was getting ready for the interview, being mic'd up. He asked whether knight f5 was good or bad. We don't know because we don't check it with the engine, but certainly given the situation, it was a good decision for having Wesley only down to 3 minutes, and that white is in a must-win situation. Knight f5 was the best decision for sure, practically speaking.
It was the momentum at that point, that either your advantage kind of slipping away, or you give counter chances to your opponent, or you just go knight f5 and go for the attack, and let's see what happens, what comes out of it.
Now back to the main court, that is Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Vishy Anand. We were discussing this line with queen b5 and rook e5.
Yeah, we were discussing that after knight e5, possibly bishop c5 is an option, and after rook c5, rook f4. But probably after rook c5, black can just simply go queen takes c5 check, and after the exchanging the queens and rook f4, black would either move his rook or possibly just playing king g8. And because of the weak pawns, black has a pawn down, but still it's not going to be enough for a victory. So after rook e5, white played rook de1 in this position, because this is a problem for the moment for black, this pin on the a3, f8 diagonal, and Anand played rook c8, defending his knight and going out, moving out from the pin right now, so it's white to move. If there is no concrete things happening, it's definitely going to be a draw, and we are going to see another Armageddon game very shortly, because let's say takes, and actually again we might end up in the same situation, more or less what we just talked about. And after rook f4, indeed the pawn cannot be taken for the moment, but let's say g5 is possible, or king g8, and we can easily end up in a position something like this: check, king g7, rook b8, rook takes c3, rook b7, king g6. Black king is very active. Black will move his rook on behind the pawn, which is very important. Something like this: a5, check, white goes rook a7, or check first and then goes a6, but it will be not enough for white to have victory. Black can simply cut or just give checks, and it most likely not will be enough, because black will have time to take, and on a7, though here maybe I'm trying to lose with rook b5,
rook a5 after the check.
But I think the simplest is to go rook a2 in this moment, and the white king cannot come out. So it's very drawish, and at this level, I believe that it will be a draw, actually. So after rook c8, I'm curious how Magnus would like to press on.
Yes, knowing that that rook hand game is likely to lead to a draw, the world champion is trying to come up with something else, but the question is there something else that could keep the game going? And if we see a rook hand game with a pawn up for Magnus, will he push as he's always used to, pushing as much as he can, trying to squeeze water out of stone, or knowing that he has to play an Armageddon game, he will preserve some of that energy?
I don't know really what mood is he, that he's going to play a few moves or no. I'm not sure that he's going to press it really, I think. Or if he does, he's already focusing in his mind already the Armageddon, and maybe he's thinking already what is he going to be choosing, and he knows exactly he has to win, and he knows it that actually in the press conference he said that, well, maybe it's easier, better to play with the black pieces from the scoring point of view, right? Because at least if it's a draw, then you score the point and you win the match. So, and especially if he really had this thought, what he was sharing with us in the confessional booth, that he really believed that e4 was kind of desperation from black, then maybe he overestimated his position and he's regretting it that he couldn't get more out of it, as he thought there was more in this position. But I think actually Vichy played quite energetically this game and looked for counter chances and counterplay, which I was absolutely not surprised that he sacrificed the pawn in order to gain some compensation and initiative and keep activity for himself.
Yeah.
So
just
let's
to
see
refer to what you mentioned, that earlier Magnus Carlsen visited the confessional booth. If you are just joining us, he did tell the viewers about his thoughts on the game, and that's what Judith mentioned, that he basically thought that e4 was a desperation from Vichy's side, and it was just a healthy extra pawn for Magnus. He was very optimistic about his chances, and he also said that after knight c5 he was going to play queen c4, which he didn't. So maybe that was the turning point in the game where he realized that knight c5, queen c4 wasn't as good as he thought.
And now we have some moves. He just exchanged the rooks on e5. Rook takes e5, queen e5 is on the board. So let's see what white can come up with. And actually white just took on c5. Queen takes c5, and we are having exactly the position what we were discussing. Queen takes c5, rook takes c5. White will be taking the pawn on f4. And now I'm curious if g5 or king g8 will be the move. Or possibly h5.
This is a rook hand game that Judith already analyzed. And the question will be, if we see the usual Magnus that tries to push until the very end, tries to win this endgame forever.
Actually, I think I was wrong saying to g5, because in this position white should be going rook b4. And after rook c3, rook b7, and this could be a danger for black. So this would be a misplaying the situation, but I think h5, for example, is the kind of move which is okay, or h6. But it is very important in this kind of endgames that you don't allow any of the rook to cut your king either side. So this is one of the things which actually Anand should be very careful. So I just made the mistake, but there is nothing wrong. I just showed you another.
We can take it back. That's the good thing about commentating.
Exactly.
We can always take our moves back.
But
Vichy
for Vichy
cannot.
there is no move back. So
What about
h5.
Sorry, I was interrupting you. If we can just have a brief look in the meantime, if there's anything exciting going on right now on the other boards, or we can focus.
I have the feeling we are going to have a few more Armageddons today.
Will it be all games leading to Armageddon? It's kind of likely that there will be at least 3, 4, if not 5 out of 5.
Well, there is a chance 5 too. It is an option. I'm very curious at this point how Anand wants to make the follow-up in this position after rook f4. If king g8, then again I think black would be actually losing time, because rook b4, rook c3, rook b7, still the black king is cut away. After rook a3, rook a7, black, let's say, would go rook a2, white is pushing a5, And then anyway, black will have to go h6 or h5 in order to come with his king from h7 to g6. So this is more or less how it could
H6 was played by
H6,
Vichy.
the very, very solid way of making the defensive move h6. Yes, because with h5 you might think that possibly, for example, something like this, well, I don't see exactly why it can be a problem, but let's say white could be forcing rook b5 and attack the h-pawn, and if h6 already, then rook b7. This would be huge, huge achievement for white. But I think, of course, after rook b5, black would not play g6, I believe, but probably black would be going somewhere rook a3. But just in case, I think this is why actually Vichy played h6.
And Magnus
so
goes
nothing
for
like this.
rook f3 to protect the c3 pawn.
And what does he want to go on rook c4? And after a5, rook c5?
That's a great question, Judith. That is a great question.
I wonder.
How does he even want to have that extra pawn?
But actually, I'm not even sure. I mean, after rook f3, why not to go king g8? So actually, white cannot even reach that position which he could have reached before. No, actually he can, because he can go rook d3, rook c4, a5, rook c5, and then let's say check, king h7, rook d7, but it's nothing really happening for white. But okay, probably he can reach the same kind of position, that he will be able to exchange the b7 bishop for one of his pawns, c3 or a4. And this way he gives options and let Anand to make a decision whether which pawn is he going to take, the c3 or a4.
And spend some time, even though both players still have plenty of time. Magnus Carlsen 22 minutes left and Vichy 33 minutes. This is move 33, so in 7 moves, the players will start receiving an extra 10 seconds per move. Let's have a look at the Caruana game as well. Mamedjarov with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, what we reached in the last 10 moves, since we checked this, we have no rooks on the board, and also the d4, c5 pawns were exchanged. And now it's interesting, how can white regroup his bishop where it was on f3, and now it's already on d1, and probably later on he would want to regroup, make it more active. But
We last checked this game when king f1 was played.
Yeah, this was the position, and black then started to try to force matters, and then white took on c5, eventually takes, and rook d5, which is a very good outpost for the rook. And then suddenly all rooks started to be exchanged, and of course white is trying to get his bishop all the way to b3 and d5 to get some activity, and possibly on g8 one day something can be unpleasant for black.
Now that would be a great change in the position. Having seen earlier this bishop on f3, we called it basically a gigantic pawn.
Yeah.
And now it's about to make its way
Now
to b3.
knight a5 was made against bishop b3. That's clear that's the idea from black side, and if black has some time to play queen e6 and take over the control over the c4 square, it would also be some achievement. In other hand, black will have to really be careful on the squares d7, d8. So for the moment, I think the queen on e7 is actually standing perfectly fine, and this is how black has to coordinate his play. And now the king on f1 is actually standing pretty fine, I think. It's not in the pin, so it's kind of on safety. So probably also the king may move out to e2 later.
Was this the idea of king f1 when he played it, even though it was a couple of moves ago? We were slightly surprised that Mamedjarov went for king f1 on move
I think
22.
he just thought that it's a safer place, that it's not in the pin and possibly in the end game. So it could be already there, ready to go to e2. And also if there is an attack, it's also a little bit further already. And it was not dangerous to have the king on f1. And he had the time for it.
The one player I was really worried for earlier is Alexander Grishuk, because he used a lot of time in the opening and middle game phase. But now this is an end game and he's got 21 minutes left versus 31. This is an improvement for Grishuk in terms of the time situation.
And I wouldn't say he has a bad position, you know. I mean, after rook f8, his plan can be king e7, king f6. The d5 bishop is excellent, not only defending the e6 square for potential option if that white cannot go to e6, but also it gives not a very nice feeling for white against his pawns on a2 and b3. Sometimes he may be playing a5, a4 possibly, because for the moment the f5 pawn is, it's a passed pawn, but I can't say that it's too dangerous for black for the moment. As it is defended by the bishop and it's strong, so you can free your rook. But for the moment, white can't even go to h1 because this bishop is really powerful in defense and in attack at the same time. So it's a very, very powerful bishop. That's heart of the position.
So if we think that this is all right, that will mean another Armageddon game. d4 has just been played by Levon, but it's not such a forcing move. C takes d4 does not have to be played.
No, not at all. It's now it's either black going to be waiting, or also c4 is an option to play. c4. I would very much think that this game will be a draw.
If we expect a draw on this board, and also the Carlsen Anand game is heading toward a draw, that means 2 more Armageddon games. Plus we have this end game between Vasyl Legrave and Yu Young-yi.
Which is, we are not having too much material on the board. Actually, it's move 41, so the players are going to receive 10 seconds after each move. But now this looks extremely drawish, and actually it's very difficult to imagine that white can get anything here. Right now, with f4, then black is simply, first of all, he can just go knight c2 with a different color bishop. It's just a draw. This is an easy draw. Black can hold it, or if, I don't know, I think it's going to be within a few moves. They will agree to draw. If king c3, black is just going knight c6. It's almost impossible to do any progress, because the best white can do is to somehow to play here, and in best case to exchange the, let's say, to go with the bishop here and somehow exchange the white square bishop for a knight and have different color bishop.
And we have a result in the meantime in the Aronian Grishuk game. That was indeed the moment when they decided to call, I would say call it a day normally, but they decided to call it Armageddon. We're gonna have the 2 players back shortly for a decisive game where Grishuk has draw odds with the black pieces, but he has to start the game with 7 minutes versus 10 minutes for white.
It seems like all the players are so excited to see how it tastes to play Armageddon here, that somehow it could easily be the case that we'll have 5 draws in the classical game. Actually, some things happened in the meantime. Let's go back with the Anand game, where Anand played h6 and Magnus played rook f3. He wanted to keep his c pawn instead. And after king g8, rook d3 was played, rook a5. It is still very strange for me, to be honest, that he went for this, because and you can see that Magnus played rook f3, which I believe the position should be a draw in any way. But after rook f3, he made the opportunity for Vichy to spend time, and he has to make a choice whether really the c3 pawn or the a4 pawn is better for him to capture it for making the draw. And actually, I think if he goes rook c4, then simply it's possible to grab the c pawn, which was just fine, I think. But he went for king g8, rook d3, rook a5, rook. I mean, here also after rook d3, he could go easily rook c4 and grab the other, keep the pressure on the c pawn. So probably anyway rook d7, and then the c3 could have been taken. But okay, he went rook a5, rook d7, rook a4, rook a7, rook a2. And, well, of course...
We have another result that's between Maxim Vachilagrov and Yu Yangyi, another Armageddon game. We will have first the game between Levon Aronyan and Alexander Grishuk. That Armageddon game will begin at 8:30. And shortly after that, the Frenchman, the winner of the Blitz tournament, will be back and in a must-win situation against Yu Yangyi, and then we will get to see whether choosing more white games was wise, because he was the only one who could decide whether he wanted 5 white games and 4 blacks, or the other way around.
Yeah, and well, we'll see how many Armageddon games we're going to have at the same time. Because
it's going to be very exciting.
We'll have to make a choice or see simultaneously some of the Armageddon games. Right now, Magnus Carlsen is still fighting to have to create something in this position. He just played h4, black played king h7. His plan is to go king g6. White's plan was with h4, not necessarily to play h5, but mainly I think to go out with the king from the base rank, which we'll see how it will work out for white. Well, now h5 would be not very much advised, because after that rook a5 would attack the pawn, and after g4, well, probably just rook c5, attack this one, and then rook c4. So this would be dangerous for white. Obviously, it would be too early to go h5, so king h2 will be most likely the move. But well, I think black can just go rook c2. Rook has to go to c7 most likely.
How do you see this Rukan game in terms of practical chances, and also what you mentioned earlier? If it's a draw, will Magnus keep on playing to tire Vichy for the Armageddon, or the other way around? He will
now he's not only want to tire Vichy for the Armageddon, he just thinks that he has to try to win this position. I think here I'm really not sure whether Vichy made a good decision by taking the A pawn instead of the C pawn. And for now, I think white is not going to be pushing his pawns, because that would be kind of early. So I think he will be keeping his rook on c7 while defending the c3, also keep the attack on the 7th rank, and wait how Vichy will be reacting. But in principle, I believe that this should be a draw. So like after king h2, for example, there is an option to play rook d2. So white cannot go to the 3rd rank because it's check. And if white would be going, let's say, rook c7 to protect his pawn, to be ready to move out with the king, then black would cut. So this always comes back, this pattern. Though in this position, maybe h5 already. Like in this position, it would be great for black to have his pawn on h5.
And the rook on d3, but you need to choose whether you push your pawn or place the rook on the 3rd rank. There's some chances for the world champion in this Rukan game, so it may be decided in the classical. And the other game that we still have is Mamedyarov Caruana. Queen d6 has just been played by Fabiano Caruana to face queen d5 with a trade of queens. It has just been taken. Bishop takes d6.
Well, this game is also, I doubted that we are going to have a decisive game in the classical. Actually, they even agreed to
and
draw.
they shake hands. So that was a draw offer with queen takes d6. Another Armageddon. I love this new format.
And Vichy, in the meantime, played after king h2, rook d2.
So the only player that may win in the classical games is Magnus Carlsen. He's a pawn up in this Rukan game with some chances to outplay his former rival for the crown. He took the crown from Vichy Anand back in 2013. He defended his title against Anand in 2014. And now we see the two playing against each other in the first round of Norway chess. Magnus may be the only one who will not have to play the Armageddon game.
Well, he's definitely fighting for it, and I'm really looking forward how he will try to have chances in this game to create problems for black. For now, I see actually rook c7 kind of the only move which can keep the tension for an end. And I'm curious how an end will be handling, because it is very drawish, but still you have to be careful.
And in terms of the time situation, it's not that dangerous. Magnus has less time. So Vishy is doing very well in keeping more time on the clock, even though he's a pawn down. But also, we are just about to reach move 40. That is, Magnus will start receiving an extra 10 seconds per move. He is not really in danger of running out of time.
Well, and actually he's not really risking anything. I mean,
He can always offer a draw.
He can always offer a draw. He can always blitz out when he has 10 seconds. So it is a position where it's not going to be a big challenge to get only 10 seconds after every move.
Yeah. I think since the Armageddon games will start one after the other, we will go for a short break now, because the first Armageddon game will begin at 8:30 local time. That is in 12 minutes. We will be back after a few minute break to cover all those Armageddon games that we will witness one after the other, or maybe they will be clashing too. Make sure to be here, because that's going to be really exciting to follow.
For sure.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to the broadcast. This is round one of the Atibox Norway Chess Super Tournament with a very exciting outcome. Many Armageddon games, but the one that may not lead to Armageddon is the game of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, with the white pieces in this rook hand game against Vishy Anand. Judith, how do you see his chances?
Well, it seems to be, it still has to be kind of drawish, but it's not completely draw yet, I must say, because for now, the Magnus is still defending his pawn from c4 with his rook, but at the same time keeping all the stability on the fourth rank, and still gives a little hard time for Anand, I think. So Anand still has to make some accurate moves, but I have the feeling that it's going to be also an Armageddon.
It probably will be, and we will switch now to the other two games that will begin in a minute. Actually, right
Just
now,
start.
Levon Aronyan and Alexander Grishuk, and also we have the other Armageddon between Maxim Vachilegrov and Yu Yangyi starting right now. And in 5 minutes, Fabiano Caruana will also start his game against Shahriar Mammadov. So 3 Armageddon games. We will try to cover as many of those moments as possible, even if it's impossible. White has 10 minutes, Black 7 minutes. But in case of a draw, Black gets the full point for this extra game. Where shall we start, Judith?
Well, I'm just checking Vachilegrov against Yu Yangyi. They are flashing out the moves very fast at this point. They are having an English opening, and they are reaching out for the moment. We are having a position. They are really playing very fast. It's only move 7 here. So I'm curious how they will be playing. It seems that they stopped for a moment. White played b3. Again, the bishop will be developed to b2. It's a complicated game.
This is a slow start in comparison to what we saw in the first Armageddon between Dingler and Wesley. So the two blitzing out the opening. Yu Yangyi is taking his time, but is it good to take your time when you start with 7 minutes only?
Actually, he's not playing too slow. He's also quite okay. He just spent 29 seconds in the first 9 moves. I think he wants to have the control over the game. He seems to be playing very solid. He just opened up the E file, and the position is very symmetric at the moment. He also wanted to exchange the knight, which was declined by Maxim, and he played knight d5, which is advised because definitely Black would have a relief in the position if these two knights would have been exchanged in a second.
After knight d5, Yu Yangyi has responded with rook to e8.
Rook e8 is a very logical move, of course, having the rook on the e file, and later on he will be developing with his pieces. So White, I don't know what he has his plan. Maybe he's going to play h3 at some point, or playing also rook e1. Having the rook on e1, it can be also useful.
Let's have a look at the Aronyan Grishuk game. So the two started at the same time, and Fabiano Caruana will start his Armageddon game against Shahriar Mammadov. In 3 minutes, we will have those 3 games at the same time.
Well, the way it started, the Aronyan game, it's also an English opening, and they are 2 players who can make very committal move. On the other hand, they always like to keep the tension. It's always there. For the moment, what is interesting in this game, that White gave up his bishop on g2, the fianchetto bishop on c6, and now there are 2 double pawns on the c file. On the other hand, White still has his king again in the center, which is not in danger yet. But if the game would be opening up, then anything can happen. So I'm curious how White will be developing. Is he going to play knight f3, and later on, instead of castle, probably he will be playing just king f1, king g2, and keep the rook on h1, especially that he has the pawn on h4. Rook on h1 can be standing perfectly fine.
Aronyan played h4 both in his classical game and in the Armageddon. He seems to be really fond of this h-pawn, the flank pawn pushes. And now knight f3, a4. Grishuk is expanding on the queen side, and then goes for h6 after Levon's move. That was queen to
C2.
c2.
Yeah, white is trying to get hold on these weak pawns of black, and probably at one point knight e4 will be also coming as a strong move. For the moment, king on e1 is kind of in safety, so I'm not sure when, at which point Levon would want to take care of his king and really move it to g2.
Rook g1 and f5.
Probably after rook g1, the plan was for white to play g4 and really be very aggressive, it seems. f5 is protecting against g4 and also covering the e4 square at the same time. So f5 is the most natural move. Rook g1 was kind of a surprising move to me, I must say. But okay, after f5, maybe h5 will be coming, and also knight h4, as g6 square is very weak later on for black. But after f5, black can be thinking definitely playing e4 and opening up the lines for the rook, and then the bishop pair can be very powerful.
Yeah, with the king in the middle of the board, e4 is a very logical way to
and
play.
Look, there is only 1 minute difference, less than a minute difference between Aronian and Grischuk has the advantage of having a draw, still winning 1.5 points.
Levon goes for knight d1, but certainly he has spent way too much time, 3 extra minutes he had at the start, and now it's almost the same time. It's bad news when you have to play for a win, and the position is looking good for Grischuk.
Well, for now the c6 pawn is under attack, but I think moreover white wants to bring his knight to e3. That's the main idea. It's kind of defending also. It's good to have the knight on e3 when you have your king on e1, and definitely in this game we can surely say that white is not going to castle, having his rooks on c1 and g1.
Feels like a Fischer random game. Let's just quickly look at the Vachier Yu Yangyi position, and also Fabiano Caruana has started his game, so we will be switching a lot back and forth.
Well, it seems like white has a slight advantage, especially if he can control the long diagonal with the queen, putting his knight to d4. That would be a great progress, I think, for white. For the moment, it's black to move, and maybe he's willing to play knight f5 or bishop f5, trying to get some little liquidation in this position. But for the moment, actually, there's something else happened. Knight g8 was played. So he wanted to little bit get some air, and that's why he wanted to exchange the rook pairs. But white is having the e5, which can be very important. I'm also maybe expecting later somehow h4. Maybe not yet, because black would be able to go bishop g4 as a reply. But actually he played h3, queen f6. I believe that queen on f6, it's a very important role for the queen to control the long diagonal. So actually now it seems like black is really going into the drawish direction. He might be playing b6, so to free his rook and to be exchanged on e5. Again, it's a symmetrical position, which is not helping white. For now, actually, bishop h3 is a threat immediately, because f3 knight would be hanging, so it's not so easy to capture. White played rook e4.
Yeah. I would love to be able to follow more games at the same time. What if we keep one of the cameras on one board and have the other one? We could have the bird's view, perhaps on the game that we are not covering, if that's a good suggestion, so that we can look at that position as yes, because in that case we could be looking at 2 games at the same time. And there's a third one that has just started, Mamedjarov Caruana. And in this opening, well, queen e4 was a very forcing move earlier, so g6 had to be played to prevent queen h7. Caruana starting with 7 minutes, but has the draw odds versus 10 minutes for Mamedjarov. This is a sudden death game, and oh, we have an interesting camera. Sometimes they go a little bit crazy. It is the excitement of the moment, the sudden death.
So actually it's interesting what happened with Vachier's game, as rook is on f4, and it's very clear that Maxime wants to go something very tactical, and look at him, he's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and Yu Yangyi is under 4 minutes, but some tactical issues may arise. Queen on a1 unexpectedly, but it didn't have other square if he wanted to stay active. But I'm not sure that this is the right way for black, because for the moment there is no harmony in his position between his pieces. So, though I'm thinking that maybe black wants to go f5 in the next move, and then the f4 rook is maybe not finding its place. So now it's the moment where white has to make a decision. I would even wonder if g4 is possible to stop the possible f5, or because really black's next move, I think f5, which wants to be, and actually g4 really happened in this game. So black played h6, g5, h takes g5, knight g5, knight f6. But now the whole structure is really changing, and black possibly will go back. It's a very good square for him to have queen on e5, and actually even rook can go to h8, and suddenly white can be in trouble on the h file. So I'm not sure Maxime was right to do so, to go g5. I'm not sure at all. But of course, on the other hand, it's very understandable that he wants to win this game, because even a draw would not lead for him anything but a loss.
Yeah, just a clarification. We are analyzing the Vachier-Yu Yangyi game, but we have on camera the other Armageddon game that's between Aronian and Grishuk, so you can see the bird's view, and that should help us see that game at the same time too. There are 3 Armageddon games. White has to win with the white pieces. It's 10 minutes at the start, 7 minutes for black, but in case of a draw, we have another result, and that is, I believe, Magnus Carlsen's game against Vichy Anand, which must have ended in a draw. The 5th Armageddon game will begin in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are covering now 3 games at the same time, and then the cherry on top, Magnus Carlsen will play the last game of the day against the former world champion Vichy Anand. Another Armageddon.
With the white pieces, has to win. Has to win.
And Magnus said at the press conference that he would probably prefer black in an Armageddon game.
Let's see for a second, what do you think this Fabiano game? Just take a glance on it. Mamedyarov against Caruana, it's very interesting. It actually started at d4, but actually we could even think that it's a Caro-Kann or a French defense, definitely, by looking the structure. And black can have a very dangerous situation, because in such a game, actually they pretty much balanced out the time, but it looks very, very dangerous for Fabiano, because white is going to control the f file with his rook, and I'm pretty sure that Mamedyarov will sacrifice something. He will make sure about that. So it is a very dangerous position for Caruana to play this situation. Let's go back what's happening in the Yu Yangyi game. It's actually not very good. Actually, it's turning out very, very badly for Maxime, I believe, because right now his knight is attacked. He went knight e4.
Yeah, I think we could keep the camera on the Mamedyarov game so that we also see that, if that's okay. Mamedyarov, Caruana on the camera, and we are now looking at the board. Vachier-Yu Yangyi. We're trying to cover as many games as possible here.
But actually, I must say that here, most likely black will win, but the least he's going to do is a draw. Because here really black can simply, well, maybe of course knight h3 is not necessarily the best, because rook, no, actually knight h3 is completely possible, but also bishop h3 is possible, so there is so many ways. Actually g5 seems to be winning some material immediately.
Trapping the rook
At this point, so actually it happened, and Yu Yangyi just won the game.
Okay, so that's the first result we have. Yu Yangyi wins with the black pieces. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the winner of the Blitz, was in a must-win situation. He wanted to have more white pieces in Armageddon 2. We shall see if he will regret his choice.
For now it didn't turn out the way he was expecting it. So let's go back to
Aronian Grishuk, and we keep the camera on Mamedyarov Caruana so that we can follow both games at the same time.
Right now, black, the pawn equality we have, it's a very interesting situation, because both knights are under attack, whites and black knight. And actually, it's not going to be easy for black, because I think queen d7 is possible.
We will be joined by the winner of the Blitz.
No, I lost.
The winner of the Blitz, I said, not today, unfortunately. But thank you for joining us regardless of the result of the Armageddon. Maxime, that's very nice of you.
What do you
I
think
think if
about
you
these
just come a
other
little
games?
closer.
It is really, really very hot at the moment because Aronian has under 1 minute 48 seconds and Grishchuk surprisingly has 2 minutes and 10. Usually it's the other way around, right? And it
yeah, I know.
looks,
Grishuk will win this.
yeah, but it's not so clear. Everything is hanging, right? All
So
the
what?
pawns.
A3?
A3, let's see, and it's just have been played. Rook D2. Probably, of course, the F5 pawn will be given away, I guess.
Not even sure. Like you can take the Queen F7.
Yeah, he will go solid, but then Bishop E5, trying to get some pawn back. It's it can be worse, no?
Well, okay. I mean, but he has 47 seconds. To
Yeah, I
make
was going to say the time situation is really varying. When
Actually, A2 is hanging.
Aronian started with 3 extra minutes.
Yeah, I don't think you want
Bless
to take
you.
on
Bless
D2. I mean, to take on
Rook
A2.
E6, Rook E6, not
Yeah.
giving up the F5 pawn.
That's actually a very good move.
Well, G4 something. That's
Rook
over
E3.
optimistic. Rook E3, I know.
He'll have to go all in. And the problem is, in Armageddon, the increment begins at move 61. So Levon Aronian
And
has
Queen D5
33
is the only
seconds.
chance.
Yeah. Queen D3 also.
Well, actually, they played some moves, but I think
Things are happening very fast, and now it's not so easy for black. Suddenly F5 pawn is missing there, with the 2 pawns, pass pawns here on A3. And actually, Grishchuk also goes down in time.
Let's switch our cameras to this game because they are in the last seconds. There's no increment before move 61. So Levon Aronian is down to 21 seconds. And that's it. No more time. 17. He's going to flag if he doesn't make a move.
no, but I think they played some moves, but we don't have.
But
Yeah,
still, how is he
this
going to
is-
reach move 60? This is move 38. 17 seconds left.
Well, he will play as fast as he can.
Can he make 20?
No, the problem is
wait,
he doesn't know
20
when
more
it's
moves?
61. He has to stand up to see it.
Over 20 moves.
No, he will get
No?
the 3 seconds as soon as.
Yeah, that's true. But still, it's
13 seconds left for Levon Aronian. He still has to play 20 more moves.
No, I mean he has to make like.
Well, now it's a bit less, but still it seems to
9
be a
seconds.
mission impossible.
Well, also the problem is. No, but Grishuk caught
yes,
one
but
time,
now
yeah.
but now it's
Oh,
5
the
seconds
rolling
against
king.
6, 5 against 6.
Jeez.
2
Who's gonna
seconds,
flag?
1 second.
1 second left for Levon Aronian. He's gonna flag. There's no
and
time.
Pieces are rolling.
Yeah.
Move
And Grishchuk
40.
lost on time.
Is
Yeah.
that?
Grishchuk
think
lost
so,
on
yeah.
time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a turn of events. Levon had less time, but he was faster in the very end.
Yeah.
Well, let's
I
see what's
think so.
going on between Fabiano
Yeah,
and
we have no time to
Manjaro.
analyze the situation because this game is still
Wow,
going
this
on.
looks scary for black.
Well,
the
you're
V8
safe, sort of.
Yeah, now it
And-
seems like it's only scary, but
Wait, is there something? But also, Mamedov doesn't have much time left. Maybe Queen F2 here.
knight F4?
What?
Knight E, sorry, the bishop is on B1, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Queen F2 might be.
I don't know, knight D7?
Whoa, nothing happening.
Well,
It's a minute and a half left for Mamedjarov. He has to win this game.
Okay, this.
E5 is hanging for the moment. Fabiano had a difficult
The rook on
game.
F6 is also hanging.
Rook is hanging as well, so now Mamedjarov is in trouble and 1 minute behind.
Okay, he played some move, knight d6, yeah. But I think after knight takes e5, no, knight e5, knight f7.
Knight E5, knight F7 or knight E8, rook F7.
But knight f6, rook f6 looks very decent for white. So, but he has to go knight f6 for sure.
Yeah, we are seeing.
But maybe even pawn takes, and then you play
King
against the rook on
F8.
h8.
Yes, but the problem is the knight.
Knight
Knight
B7.
B7, queen D4.
Yes, and then you take and you
Takes
play
takes.
against like c5 maybe and knight d6 if you can.
Yeah, it's not so easy to get out from the box, yeah?
Yeah, that's what's happening in the game more or less.
Yeah. Rook f3 was played. Rook f3?
I mean, I would have
but
played
the
rook
rook, is,
c1.
the rook is hanging, that's
I would
the
have played
reason.
rook c1 to make it safer, but
Well, probably anyway it's going to be an exchange, right?
yeah, most likely, yeah.
There's not too much difference probably after. And
Maybe rook d7 is possible.
yeah, because the rook on f3, bishop c6 is
Yeah.
in there, right? Okay, queen takes and rook d1 happened, which is also
Yeah, no,
Quite a
what I
good
wanted was
choice.
c5, bishop c6, knight d6.
knight d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
We
it's
got our
very difficult.
camera back, which is great news on this match as well. A minute left for both players.
Yeah, I think he should have played c5. Because now the king
And
can
now
come.
the knight is on c5 on the
Yeah,
board.
yeah, he
file.
played a4, but no,
A4.
king e8 looks.
Yeah, now the black
Also, king
comes
e8,
out
rook
with
b3.
Fabiano played rook f1 to go for the f6 pawn.
Okay, that makes sense.
that makes sense, and this makes a difference, I guess.
He took, and then he will have squares available for his king, rook b6
Well, this
to
was-
attack the bishop.
Okay, it's not that clear because no bishop e8. Oh, it gives.
Oh, and the rolling rook.
Well, they're both under a minute.
This is move 44. They still have to play.
Bishop a4.
16 more moves have to be played.
Yeah, I think it was some kind of panic.
What was the point of that?
Because anyway, his position was sort of difficult, but
And also
I would have
he's under a minute.
given up.
Well, this was a brave decision to give up the...
It certainly was. Now,
Yeah, no, it's completely winning for Mamedyarov.
Mamedyarov is completely winning. That was a big turnover.
it is, but the
And
situation
of course,
is.
with
oh,
seconds...
No,
yeah,
he
18
made
seconds,
it
but
to
he's
move
gonna make
60.
it to move 60, so he will get an extra 3 seconds per move. Both players will get increment for move 61, which is now being reached.
And it seems that white is going to have the victory.
What a turn of events from a position where Fabiano had the control and more time. Now he is losing this endgame.
Well,
Yeah, there's nothing to be done.
It's gonna be resignation by
And-
Fabiano Karnashak. Mamedyarov wins with the white pieces. That was the last but one Armageddon, because Magnus Carlsen will start his Armageddon
Yes.
game in 10 minutes against Viswanathan. How do you see that situation? And Magnus saying at the press conference that he probably preferred black in the Armageddon.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he put some sort of pressure today, so he will try to keep it on, but hard to say.
How about your game now that we have a moment to breathe?
Yeah.
Can you take us through your game, and when do you think it went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I had some pressure in the classical game, but
yeah, there you even went to the confessional booth. It was very nice to see you there. And
Yeah, we're
sharing
always
your
happy to
views.
see you in the
Yeah.
confessional.
here, no.
Yeah, here you kind of had pressure, no?
Yeah,
After
I should have played the h3 maybe, but even there, maybe here, I wasn't sure about this decision. Maybe I should take with the pawn to get e4.
That's
This-
interesting, and maybe it would have been a shocking decision during the blitz anyway.
Yeah, I should have done
that's-
that.
yeah.
I mean, I was going to go for that, and then
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how to proceed if he plays f6.
H4, not H4 yet, but...
Yeah, and then some knight
Yeah.
g8, knight h6, knight f7.
Well, objectively, probably it's not the best to play FE, no? It's interesting,
No, it
but
could be. It could be. I mean, I'm going to go e4, knight g4, then double on f5.
Can't he go G5, knight G6?
That looks scary, but I mean, like
But E5 knight is an E5 knight.
no, no. It's
Well,
not.
okay, if I don't reach it, then not.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm not sure if I take. It
yeah.
looks scary, I completely agree.
No, it seems to not to work simply for
Yeah,
me.
because of knight G6.
But I could wait. I could play some rook f1.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
No,
don't
it's a
think-
very interesting idea.
Yeah, yeah. And then in the game, I thought I had some pressure, but I mean, I also miss this knight g8. Otherwise, maybe I would have first check. Actually,
That's also, yeah.
yeah, I should have checked first.
Yeah, check first and rook e3.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, yeah, there's no knight d5. Yeah, I should have just done that. I think I'm.
Why not knight d5? Ah, no,
Yeah,
it's protected.
Yeah, I'm just much better here.
But why you think after knight g8 you're not? Because queen f6 is too strong coming.
Yeah, I don't have this pressure on the diagonal.
And what about playing
anymore.
rook e1 and after f takes e3 now? Aren't you quite? He took on e3. And
Yeah,
now
but
to
no,
take.
no, he gets what.
Now, yeah, and knight f7.
What he wants.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this.
Yeah,
was,
queen on f6 was very unpleasant. When
Yeah,
it
I
appeared.
mean, either I should have taken right away with a rook, or
Yes. Yeah.
played an intermezzo. But yeah.
Or also fe here without bishop g7.
Okay, that was sort of the same idea. Yeah,
But maybe in a better version.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was being clever with bishop g7. It didn't make much sense after all. That's that's life.
How do you feel about your decision that you took the white pieces? One game, I guess you will not base it and say that whether you should have taken
No,
black.
I mean I had lots of pressure again in the classical game. So I'm expecting to try to win some classical games, and in Armageddon anything can happen. So far it's 2-2 for white, and I mean this game could have gone a different way. So I'm not having any regrets on my decision so far.
That's good, and thank you for joining us, even though this last game didn't go in your favor. Now we are going to replace you for a friend of yours, Levan Aronyan.
Yes,
If
lucky
I can
bastard.
call him your friend.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maxime, and good luck for the rest. This is the hot chair. Now we have Levan Aronyan joining us after his Armageddon game to tell us about the experience of playing Armageddon.
It was quite a shocking game, I must say. Probably
Yes.
you also can tell something about it to us.
Yeah, I was trying to confuse my opponent, but I spent too much
Didn't you
time.
confuse yourself
Yeah,
as
I
well?
think
in
so.
real time?
I think so. But I got a good position. After all this maneuvering, I thought I had an excellent
Yeah,
position.
but after f5, it was quite worrying from white
I
side.
know.
With the
And I
king
mean,
on
like-
e1, yes.
But I found this 93.
You made
I
sure
did.
with the rook on c1 and g1 that you cannot castle. So
Yes.
nobody can guess where are you going
Wait,
to put
you're
it.
not allowed to castle even if you play rook h1? Next move?
Well, no, actually you should just play king on b1 or king on h1 as in
Yeah,
Fischer random,
yeah.
right? This is what actually Anna said, that it looks like a Fischer
Fischer
random.
random.
But I wasn't sure I really want to castle with this position.
I had the idea that you're going to definitely not castle, but you're going to go king f1 and king g2.
Yeah, but then his play is so easy. He puts the bishop on e6, queen on d7.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of easy to
What
play.
am I doing?
Yeah. Yeah, but on the other hand, after f5, I thought e4 is coming on your neck.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
knight
okay.
d1 is. See what a brilliant
Very creative.
what a brilliant move. Stopping all of this.
c5 I didn't like actually.
Yeah, c5
I would
was
think
not a
bishop
good move.
e6, d5 or something like that.
Yeah, I thought bishop e6 is. I mean, at this point, c5 of course made me happy because I'm trying to consolidate, and I need just a couple of moves. Put my bishop on c3, and then I'm fine. And then okay, now I'm better. I mean, from a practical point of view in a blitz game.
It's easier to play.
Because I have this plan with f4. Now he spent a big chunk of his time. So
But actually he was ahead of time
Yeah,
at
yeah,
one
yeah.
point.
no, because somewhere here I started trying to understand what I need to do. Because okay, I was trying to provoke him to play e3 and then some queen c1, some rook f1, rook f3, but he didn't fall for it. And then I spent a long time here. Then I understood that I need
This is a nice setup
because e3 will come at some point.
when you don't like it.
Yeah. And then, all right. So here, of course, I'm better. f5 is hanging, and everything should work out. But then we got this. We started just playing moves, and suddenly, yeah, here he played rook b1, and suddenly I didn't take on c3.
Ah,
This
we
was-
missed this one.
This was
out because-
pretty funny.
I guess
Okay,
you
but
didn't find it so
at this
funny
point
after
you were like
all
'Cause
10
we-
this.
seconds or
Yeah, because we
something.
both understood that this
Ah.
this doesn't work. rook b2, rook
Rook
c3.
c3.
Uh-huh. So, and then he played rook b1, which completely confused me. Because I say, oh, well, something is coming. Because my plan was rook b6 to play king f3. Okay, I
Yeah.
mean, it's logical to stop rook
Yeah.
b2. So in here, I just completely got confused. And then, of course...
And then what happened at the very end, if you can
Yes,
say? We are
when
going
the
to have
pieces
1
started
minute,
rolling and Magnus is about to
starting the-
start.
I had the... okay.
because at some point you lost all your pawns and you won the game.
I had four seconds, I think 5 seconds, and he had 7. And then I played rook d7, and here he spent a long time thinking.
Thinking.
He spent 3 seconds here.
He froze. It
Yeah,
means.
Wow.
because he wanted to give this check from e5, and then he thought about it, and then he took on f5. So this was, and
The critical moment. Spending 3 seconds
and
there.
I think I played something like this. Then I kind of, yes, this happened. Then
The pieces started rolling too at some
this
point.
happened. Then I played rook c1, 5 for some reason. Then he took,
Yeah,
and I
but-
had 2 seconds, and then this. No, and then sorry, I played yes, something like this,
And here he lost
and
some
then he
time.
lost some time. Yeah, because I dropped my king, and then he dropped his rook and lost some time.
So this kind of
No, he actually didn't drop his king. Yeah, he didn't drop his rook. He dropped his rook and the king.
Oh.
He kind of
And he had to put it back in his time. So
yeah.
that's part of the rules. Thank
Okay,
you,
then.
Levin, for showing us your game.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
the last Armageddon has started.
Oh,
If you
yes,
want
yes.
to tell us your opinion on the opening before we let you go between Magnus and Vichy.
Wow.
You can stay with us if
This
you
is
want.
something. This is something nice.
Tell us why is it so nice?
Well, because it's not very typical opening you will get. But so Magnus is thinking. This is
Bad news
this is
for
a
him.
good sign for Vichy.
One more time. White starts with 10 minutes. Black has 7 minutes, but Black has draw odds. So White, in this case, Magnus Carlsen, has to play for a win.
But with Vichy, you know, he's extremely fast. In every time I play blitz against him, he normally has 4 minutes, and I have 30 seconds.
So he doesn't mind that
Do you
minus
think
3
he's
minutes.
more happy to play with the black side?
Yeah, definitely for Vichy, for a fast guy, black is good. For a slow guy like me, being black, I think I don't want to look forward to it.
Yeah. Also, Magnus said at the press conference that he would prefer Black in Armageddon, and now he is on the white side, so there's no choice. He has to.
I think he was trying to lure
Yeah?
people into
Really?
believing him. I mean, if he was so keen on getting,
He would not do well in the blitz.
yeah, he would be just making draws and trying to get the blacks.
Interesting. Whether it was true or not that Magnus prefers Black in
But
Armageddon.
White has a good position. Knight f3,
D6.
d6. Yeah, but you know,
Well, is it so good?
it's
Well,
slightly
no
better,
big
but
deal,
it's
no?
kind of easy for Black to play in such positions. You're slightly
Well,
worse.
it doesn't look so difficult.
Knight
Yeah,
d2, I think, is the move. We should start putting up defense.
Well, there's 6.
Magnus has
H6,
already used
bishop
2
h4.
minutes. That's a lot.
Because going to the end game, he'll be slightly worse.
But Magnus is thinking again. He's already.
It's too much. After 9 moves, he has already spent
But
2
he's,
minutes on this
He
position.
He can always speed up, no?
Yeah, he's a very fast player as well.
That's true. The current classical and blitz world champion.
Or maybe he's thinking about either
Even
to play
E3.
e3. Yeah,
That's what he
e3
just
is a
played.
logical move too. Although I think maybe some
I don't know if knight.
h6, g5, knight e5, yeah? Okay. Otherwise, you know, if
And?
everything gets...
It happened. H6, bishop H4. What about G5?
Yeah, g5, knight e5 probably he has to play.
Takes and bishop G3.
Yeah. So,
And he played. What did he play? H6, bishop H4.
G5 he went.
He went G5. Okay.
so knight e5 maybe he's gonna try
Knight
some
E4.
some knight
What
e4.
about knight E4?
Yeah, knight e4.
Knight G6.
Knight
No,
g6, knight c3, knight
knight
e7, king e7, bishop g5, takes bc. But that should be fine because
Knight
if-
E5 just happened on the board. Yeah, but
yeah, knight
knight
e4
E4.
looks like a decent move.
it's kind of an interesting intermediate move. And if knight G6, knight C3, knight E7,
Yeah, king e7.
or mistake. So what are we having at the game right now?
Yeah, he needs
What
to.
happened?
I think our board needs to catch up with the players.
Oh, Vichy played very passively.
Yeah, he
now,
took on the
Oh.
Now he's
E5
much worse.
and knight
Now,
d7, which was
H4.
not a good decision. Yeah, now it's
Now any move.
probably Magnus will tear him off.
Yeah. H5 or C5, everything looks good. Okay, guys. On this note,
Okay.
Thank you very
Enjoy.
much, Levon, for joining us.
Thank you
Enjoy
very
your
much.
dinner, and good luck for the rest of the event.
thank you, guys.
Wow, what an exciting start to this Armageddon as well. And it seems that Vichy decided wrongly about going for this passive defense. And now Magnus has the upper hand. He's in a must-win situation. Still some time advantage, but what mainly matters is that he is now in charge of the game.
And actually, he just played c5, which was one of the suggestions by Levon. It is a very unpleasant position for black, as the king side pawns is really not in a very good shape. So actually, black will have to do something about his king, and white wants to probably simply long castle, develop the bishop to c4, and even some sacrifices may occur, but
H5 was played by Vichy.
h5. Well, after h5, I think in the later stage he will want to play rook h6 in order to control the 6 rank. But it looks very dangerous from black side. Very dangerous. And it seems like Magnus feels pretty comfortable in this situation. He has a minute and a half advantage right now. And the question is whether c6, for example, now, is this the best move? Or white can also castle long. This is another option for white. Or he wants to develop with his bishop. Also possible, simply bishop e2. It is definitely a very difficult position to play it with the black pieces. This is very obvious.
It really seems that the
Rook
decision
c1.
Vichy took on move 12, not entering this knight e4 counterattack that you were analyzing with Levon. That was a critical line.
That was the critical line, yeah, because otherwise to play this g5, g4 kind of things, it seems to be very dangerous. And actually c6 and short castle appeared on the board after bishop d3. Which actually, if black will have the time somehow to play rook e8 and get out with the knight to f8 and possibly to g6, control some squares, it can be not so bad maybe. But maybe white is going to play f3 at some point, either now, or maybe white is going to be castling and later on f3, but maybe the immediate f3. Actually, castle just happened, and black played rook e8, which we were just discussing, making space for his knight on f8, and because defending the e5 with both pieces, with the rook and the queen. So this way he will be able to move with his knight either to f8 or to f6.
And Magnus has played rook f to d1 after rook e8, knight f6 and queen. Oh no,
Knight
that was
f6.
another move. Knight f6. I'm trying to catch up
Queen
with the
c2.
players.
Bishop b1, knight d5, queen c2, which is, yeah, at this point it's not easy for black, but he just played e4. And now the idea is that after white plays rook d4, black wants to go f5, and for the moment everything is defended. And actually the king is not very happy, but it's not in concrete danger at this point, as far as I understand here. So if f5 will be played by black, then rook d4
F5 we are
is
expecting.
happening. And I believe that f5 must be the move. Or bishop f5, that's another option to play. Bishop f5 is also something to consider.
The time situation is very similar. Magnus only has half a minute as an advantage. He started with 3 extra minutes and he's in a must-win situation. f5 and bishop e6 was played by Vichy. a couple of new moves. The game is speeding up, so we will try to keep an eye on the exact position. Bishop a2 is the final move of Magnus.
Yes, it's understandable that the bishop cannot be useful on the other diagonal. So now b4, b5, and it will be pressed.
Yeah, Magnus is expanding on the queen side, trying to push b5. And b5 is on the board. A trade on b5, a takes, and knight to f6. Yeah, they are faster than our board. Knight to s6 after a takes v5.
Yeah, offering the exchange of rooks and the bishops, which makes it not easy for white, but I have the feeling rook d6 will be the move.
It has just been played by Magnus.
These are always the unpleasant outposts from black side when the pawn is defending from c5, and now it's very difficult to make. Actually, knight f6 I was definitely something not happy with from black side. Bishop a2, but maybe it was difficult anyway in the long run. Bishop just was exchanged on a2, takes, queen f7, but this looks very dangerous from black side, I believe. And now queen a5 as far as
even
I
more
see.
pressure on
Now
the black pieces.
It will be difficult to defend the
so
c6.
Vishy took on d6, and after c takes d6, he goes queen to d7.
Well, this looks kind of hopeless from...
c6, oh, there's the capture on c6, and after rook b1.
Yeah, this looks extremely dangerous. Rook d7 is already in the air, and it's going to be threat. The white king will have a great shelter on h2. And
rook f8 was played by Vishy, but if you have to go for moves like that, something is wrong.
Well, this is something very scary. Maybe white just goes queen a6 in order to go rook b7. And black has to go rook f7, but actually queen c7, maybe it's even more powerful. Though probably black goes rook f7, white will be going rook f7, rook b8, king goes out, rook d8, for example. So it is very, very dangerous. Also bishop e5 can be played, maybe after rook f7. Simply bishop e5 will be the move, threatening bishop f6.
That seems like a really powerful move that you're mentioning, bishop e5.
It seems very, very close victory, that Magnus is very near to the victory in this game.
This is the 5th Armageddon. We have seen all the matches going into Armageddon. White has won 3 games so far out of 4. This could be the 4th.
Rook
b8,
check. King h7 is the only move. Probably bishop e5 should be played at some time, but I'm not sure rook b8 was a good move, because after bishop e5, queen e6 is possible going out, so maybe it was not the best move, because also now rook d8 is possible from white side, but black just simply goes out to e6 and trying to hold on.
Bishop e5 still played by Magnus, and we shall see what's his plan if queen e6.
Probably he just wants to go bishop takes f6.
She's not going for
he
queen
just
e6.
wants to go.
Oh, this is knight d5, rook aj check, and queen c8.
Queen b8, I guess.
Queen b8, sorry, threatening queen g8.
And there is not real defense for black. Knight f6 is the only move, but it's not going to be a real defense. He just played knight f6. Actually, rook g8 is possible.
Magnus is taking time to calculate precisely, then captures on f6.
King takes f6 probably. But on bishop takes f6, on king f6, queen b2 will be very strong. And yeah, king f6, queen b2.
Goes for rook h6 check, king e5, that's a very active
b2.
king.
Queen b2, queen d4 was mate in 2, but this is also
queen
mate.
h8, it's also leading to mate, and therefore Vishy resigns. Magnus Carlsen wins in a must-win situation. 4 Armageddon games were decided in favor of white. Only Yu Yang won with the black pieces.
Well, actually it was a very nice game, but we can see that opening does matter a lot, and here practically Vishy did not have much chance after move 14, 15 he really got a big advantage, and this made very difficult life for Vichy.
The critical
And
moment we can
actually-
show one more time after the capture on e5. You were discussing with Levon that.
Yeah,
Black
I'm
had
not
to
sure
go
we
for
are
knight
right,
e4.
but in this position, instead of d takes e4, there was intermediate move playing knight e4, and so it's important that the knight is on e4. If white, let's say, goes queen d4, then black would just exchange, and then the bishop on h4. When he comes, then black is able to take it. I'm not sure all is sound, but this is what seemed the best. And then practically later on, I think Magnus played a very smooth game. He played it very well, and it was kind of easy for him to play, but he made an exemplary game, I think. As so many times it happens that he has the upper hand, and then he just goes all the way until the very end of the
It
game.
was a very well executed game by Magnus Carlsen. Once he took the initiative, he never let it go. I think he is going to join the Norwegian broadcast, and therefore we will not be able to interview him unless he will not spend too much time on the Norwegian show. We can go through the Armageddon games, because since we had to be switching from one to the other, now we have more time to analyze the situation.
Well, I think Fabiano was very unfortunate, but there in that game it seemed somewhere around move 20 that I felt that it's more difficult to play it with the black side. And it seemed that he made some great defense by grouping his bishop from c8 all the way to e8, which was excellent place for the bishop to defend the f7 pawn. In other hand, it was very difficult for white also how to really get the full advantage. Here king a1 was against rook c3. And then later on, when it was such a position, black played this a3 move, which was kind of very promising, I think. Maybe white shouldn't allow this, because after b takes a3, the king was very vulnerable, and black after knight a6, having his knight put on c5 within a few moves. Here it looks very dangerous for black, that white has everything on the f file, attacking the f7, but still the bishop is powerful in defensive mode. And the c5 knight is also not only standing excellent, but it has a protection over the e6 pawn. So it was not easy at all for white, I think, to progress in this position, but definitely it was not easy. And then actually white got very wrong, and Mamedyarov was at one point, I think, somewhere here in the later stage of the game. It was somewhere here where actually after rook f1, rook b3, rook f6, it seemed like Caruana is just winning the game on the spot. There's nothing that can go wrong for him.
Yeah, exchange up, and his king will be able
And
to move.
for some reason, after rook b6, he panicked because he couldn't go away with his bishop here. But even this would have been better than what he played to give up the exchange. But it seems to me that he could simply play bishop e8 and move away with his bishop. And after that, well, though I don't know if after a5, king would go out, a6. And actually, maybe it's not so simple for him to save his bishop. But I think he could go e5, and maybe this is what he was not aware of, because he will be able to go back with his bishop. Though here, maybe takes, bishop e4, and the pawn maybe will queen. So actually it was not so simple for him.
But even like this, you say that he should have then given up the rook on f6 to give back the exchange and keep the bishop.
Yeah, but I think things were simply happening so fast. But actually before it seemed like that he was actually winning, because he had an exchange up and he could have that. But somehow Mamedyarov was really turning things around here, and unfortunately for Fabiano, he sacrificed he gave up his bishop on a4, and after this somehow Mamedyarov could play incredibly fast and convert his advantage into a win. So it was a very sharp game, but it was very unfortunate for Fabiano that he couldn't hold on.
And
his
in
good
this
position.
game, they did reach the time control, which is move 60 in Armageddon when they start receiving increment. So that was even not a case where Caruana could win on time afterwards.
Yeah, Yeah, this is also important, but I think it was a very big experience for all the players today, that they experienced what Armageddon is, and in some ways it was kind of strange, I think, to feel what, for example, what happened with between Aronyan and Grischuk, as Levon was showing and sharing his thoughts about that game, which was also quite messy. Unexpectedly, Grischuk was playing very fast, and actually he had more time than Levon. And even at the very end, he had a better position, but somehow he froze for a few seconds, and it was enough to lose the game on time.
Yeah, he blacked out in the wrong moment with having more time and a better position, as you said, and also draw odds. So in that case, everything was in Grischuk's favor until he spent those 3 crucial seconds that Levon mentioned. 3 seconds in that position that gave the time advantage to Levon, and then in the end the pieces were just rolling all over the board, and you need to put, the rule is you need to put back the pieces into their square in your time. You can't just hit the clock and let the piece fallen.
Actually, if you think about it, Grischuk played really well today, I believe. Even the classical game, he made great ideas, very interesting. Also, Levon played some very interesting ideas. But Grischuk was considerably taking care of his time, pretty much. And he played a very balanced game, very interesting ideas in the classical game. And afterwards also, he was reacting very well on Levon's preparation and ideas.
That's true.
But still, of course, in the middle game, he went wrong at some point, but he was bringing back his position, and then he was better. But we could see on live coverage when we saw the game that he was really very, very unhappy about that. So he was not expecting necessarily, after having a few moves before the end, he was thinking that he's going to be winning on time. But this is what happens when your hand has to move, your brain cannot think, cannot freeze, you just have to make a move. And this is very different. Let's say he was already in the 5th or 6th hour of playing chess today in the game, and you have to switch your brain very fast, which is really 1 fraction of a second, and you lose instead of winning.
Do you have similar experience, not in Armageddon, but in a blitz game where you would have more time, but you froze or somehow you couldn't take advantage of those few extra seconds and you would get flagged when you had more time, if it ever happened to you?
Yeah, of course it happens when I loved always to play blitz games since I'm very little. But it happened when somehow unexpected things happen and just block out for a few seconds, and then it's a very bad feeling that you just, for some reason, you couldn't go with the flow, and you lost the thread, and you got out of the rhythm, and somehow you don't feel fair that you didn't win that game or lost because you couldn't go all the way with your concentration until the very end. And I think here especially it will be very difficult for the players to adjust themselves from hour to hour, not only day to day, to switch, and also after that to mentally digest this experience. That it was really by very little that they lost and they won, or the other way around. But of course, when you win the match, even if you've almost lost it, it's much easier to handle it, and it gives energy, while it's very difficult to get over when you're on the loser side.
That's true. So today, looking at the situations, which players do you think will have the roughest of nights? Grischuk is one of the players that will need to forget what happened in the Armageddon. Caruana also had a better position with the black pieces.
I think Grischuk will have the worst night of all games, because it was really by seconds. And he even had more seconds, and I wouldn't be surprised if he would be saying that he thought that he has like 7-8 seconds, while Levon had only 4. So obviously when you see something like this on the clock, you think that you're just making moves and you have to win on time. And actually, contrary, he lost on time. While, for example, in the other game, Vashi, Maxim, he made some wrong decisions, and I don't think, well, of course, it will bother him. That it's annoying that he lost this way, the playoff. But, for example, Dingley Wren, he just played a very fantastic game. I think he made great decision in opening choice, fantastic move when he played knight f5, no matter whether it's how much sound is the move. Probably it is, and you had to do that, but he had all the courage, all the momentum. He felt that he has to do that, and it went very smoothly.
Yeah, both the Dingliren game and Magnus Carlsen's game were really impressive in terms of the quality of play.
Yeah, and it was kind of very straightforward. There were no ups and downs too much. There were some critical moments, but not much ups and downs like in Levon's game, for example. Or
yeah, that's why it's more difficult for Grisha. Wesley So was being outplayed from the very start of that game. Better preparation by Dingliren.
yeah, exactly. He was mentally, I think, also better prepared, and things worked much more on his way, according to his plan.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. And of course, it will be very interesting to see how the players will adjust to this new system, how they will handle. Because in one hand, it's like only a playoff, it's Armageddon, so they don't lose classical rating, right? But still, if you start looking at the cross table, you don't like it necessarily what you see there.
Yeah, speaking of the cross table, after these 5 Armageddon games, we have 5 leaders. It's a situation that doesn't really happen at regular round-robin super tournaments. We have all the players who have won the Armageddon, they get 1.5 points. That means that Yu Yang-yi, Magnus Carlsen, Dingliren, Shahriar Mamedov and Levon Aronyan are leading after the first round of Norway chess, and the other half of the field, they are on half a point. Magnus Carlsen unfortunately will not be joining us. He did visit the Norwegian television's studio and he gave an interview there in Norwegian. We hope to get some tweets from the Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svendsen, who often translates. Magnus, thank you, Tarjei, for helping us by knowing what Magnus Carlsen said in the confessional booth and now about his game against Vichy. And we will be back tomorrow at the same time with round 2 of Norway chess. As a summary, how do you see this revolutionary format, Judith, and what can we expect tomorrow?
I think it's very challenging for the players. I still believe that they are very brave, and all credit goes for all players participating here. Of course, they get excellent conditions, playing conditions. It's beautiful, but still it's extremely challenging, and it's very, very difficult for them to adjust, whether they win or lose. But of course, it takes a lot of energy every day, and to reboot yourself with energy, it's not going to be easy. But definitely, they give a fantastic show to us, and we are trying to catch up with all these ideas and blunders and great moves, which is a great pleasure to be here.
It's been a fantastic starting day, in my opinion, and we are looking forward to see what the rest of the days will bring. Tomorrow, we will be back at the same time, 4:45 local time, and the games begin at 5 o'clock. Join us from tomorrow again, and use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about your opinion on today's games, and also the topic we discussed earlier about online communities and what can we do to make this a very welcoming space for everybody, because we would love to have more girls, women, and not just girls and women, but in general, everybody joining from different countries, religions, that it's a friendly space where we are all treated equal. Join us tomorrow for round 2, and for now, let's just catch that dinner. Judith and I will go and have a nice time. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer står E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.